Okay, we are going to go ahead. We have the live stream up and running, so we're going to go ahead and call to order the Longmont Planning and Zoning Commission April 22nd, 2026 meeting. Roll call.
Chair Poland.
Here.
Commissioner Edgley Wells.
Here.
Commissioner Wang.
Here.
Vice Chair Earl.
Here.
Commissioner Forbes.
Here.
Commissioner Boone. Commissioner Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Popkin.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next item is the land acknowledgement statement. We acknowledge that Longmont sits on the traditional territory of the Cheyenne, Arapaho, Ute, and other indigenous peoples. We honor the history and the living and spiritual connection that the first people have with this land. It is our commitment to face the injustices that happened when the land was taken and to educate our communities, ourselves, and our children to ensure that these injustices do not happen again. Next item is communications from Grant Penland.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Just wanted to say thanks, everyone, for being here, and good to see you 2 weeks in a row.
Thank you. Next item is public comment invited to be heard. This is the first public invited to be heard. This is for items that is not on the agenda for tonight and or not a quasi-judicial coming before us. Nobody was signed up for this on the outside. I will open it up if anybody does have anything they want to say, once again, not regarding an item for today. You can come up, you have 5 minutes. Seeing nobody come forward, I'll go ahead and close the initial public invited to be heard. Next is, there are no approval of minutes, so we will go ahead and move forward to public hearing items. First item, 7A, the Boulder County Vacuum Truck Waste Management Decant Facility, CUSP. Senior Planner, Kristen Cote.
Good evening, Chair and Commission members. I am Kristen Cody, a Senior Planner with Planning and Development Services. Tonight, I am presenting a request for conditional use permit for the Boulder County Vacuum Truck Waste Management Facility located at 5201 St. Vrain Road. The subject property is approximately 38 acres in size and is located south of St. Vrain Road within the existing Boulder County Operations Campus. The property is zoned NPE, or Primary Employment, and is located within the Airport Influence Zone and is designated Primary Employment under Envision Longmont. This slide provides an aerial view of the site and surrounding area. The proposed facility would be located internally within the existing Boulder County campus. Nearby uses include the airport, public facilities, agricultural land, and a limited number of rural residential properties. This image shows the view looking south from St. Vrain Road toward the property. The proposed facility would be situated within an estimated or established campus setting and set back from the roadway, which prevents visual impacts. The request before you tonight is for a conditional use permit to allow a stormwater decant facility, also referred to as a vacuum truck waste management facility. The proposal includes a 72-foot by 76-foot covered structure, treatment bays, supporting utility connections, and minor site disturbance of approximately 0.62 of an acre. A CUP is required because the use is classified as other community uses, services, and facilities operated by a government entity, which is conditionally allowed in the NPE district. This slide shows the rendering of the proposed structure. The facility is functional in its design and consistent with the operational character of the existing campus. The covered area supports year-round operations while remaining modest in scale. This facility would support Boulder County's vacuum truck fleets used for stormwater maintenance activities, which currently operates out of this location. Collected water and sediment would be processed through debris screening, sediment separation, and a sand oil interceptor before discharge to the city sanitary sewer system. The treatment area is designed to be contained with runoff directed away from the operations area. Staff found impacts associated with this request to be minimal. The proposal does not create new access points, does not require significant infrastructure expansions, and includes replacement of landscaping. Given the limited scale and location within an existing operations campus, staff finds the request compatible with surrounding uses. Notice was provided in accordance with applicable code requirements within a 1,000-foot radius. A neighborhood meeting was held and no public comment was received. Airport staff has indicated no concerns provided the property complies with applicable FAA requirements. Staff finds that the request is consistent with the envisioned Longmont policies supporting efficient use of developed land and infrastructure, compatibility with surrounding uses, and continued investment in public infrastructure and services. This slide summarizes the review criteria for all application types contained in Section 1502055 of Land Development Code. These include consistency with adopted plans, compliance with city standards, compatibility with surrounding properties, and consideration of potential impacts. The Commission has three options tonight: approval without conditions, approval with conditions consistent with staff's recommendation, or denial of the application. Based on the materials submitted and reviewed, staff recommends conditional approval of the conditional use permit subject to one condition, which is prior to issuance of building permits, the applicant shall obtain all required FAA determinations associated with the submitted FAA Form 7460-1, which was the request of the airport manager in relation to our referral notices. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here tonight with the presentation also, and staff is also available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you make sure the mic is turned on too? Thank you.
Good evening, Planning and Zoning Commission. Thanks for having me. My name is Seth Jacobs. I'm with Boulder County Public Works, and I will be presenting the decant facility at the Boulder County Open Space and Transportation Complex, also known as the OSTC. Here's a vicinity map. Down in the left corner, you'll see the OSTC site. It's just a little bit north of Vance Brand Airport. It's accessed off of Airport Road with more access from St. Vrain Road. St. Vrain Road runs along the north edge of the complex. This is an enlarged site aerial of the complex. Boulder County has two departments that share the site. On the west side of the site is Parks and Open Space. They have a admin building, a biomass building, and a large shop. On the east side of the site is the Transportation Department. They have maintenance and storage buildings for fleet vehicles, including snow plows and heavy equipment. The proposed decant facility is the red rectangle on the east side. It is adjacent to the existing fuel island. The access for the decant facility will be the existing East Employee Service Road. There's also the main access on the west side of the site. We don't anticipate an increase in vehicle traffic along St. Vrain Road because these operations take place on the site already. The facility will be used to process sediment-laden stormwater collected by vacuum trucks that service culvert structures around the county. To the right of this slide is the vacuum truck. Currently, we do have one decant bay in a vehicle storage build or vehicle maintenance building. But unfortunately it is undersized and it can't accommodate the volume of Vactor waste that is brought in with the trucks. So that is why we are proposing to build a new decant facility on the campus to better serve this function. The fleet operations staff will have the opportunity to have their own dedicated decant facility containing 3 bays. This will be a open concrete structure with a approximately 72 by 76 with a 38 by 79 foot steel canopy to cover the treatment area. I just wanted to go through the process of how the decant facility works. The vacuum trucks pull up, there's a concrete apron. They back up to the edge of the decant basin. They release liquid and solid sediment and, all the vacuum trucks, contents. This would reach maximum of 4,000 gallons. The solids stay behind in the basin where the liquids flow towards the back wall where there's a screen. It passes through into another basin and onto another screen, ends up in a sand oil interceptor, and then on to City of Longmont's sanitary sewer for processing and repurposing. It's worth mentioning that the OSTC site has ample mature trees along St. Vrain Road that would act as a screen for the new decant facility. The top slide shows driving east, looking southeast, and the grouping of trees there just beyond would be the decant facility. And then driving west, looking southwest from St. Vrain Road, there's several large conifer trees that would also offer great screening of the new decant facility, which would be just to the right of that canopy shown in the photo. All disturbed landscaping is proposed to be replaced in kind. Any trees that are taken out will be replaced with new trees. This will also offer more screening from St. Vrain Road. Construction is tentatively scheduled third quarter of 2026, contingent on receiving a building permit. If there's any questions, if you could hold it to the end, I would like to bring up Nicholas Rayleigh with PEC Engineers. They are the civil engineers of record on the project, and he can go over more of the technical aspects of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nicholas Rayleigh, and I'm your civil engineer of record for the project. And as Seth mentioned, currently Boulder County's operations at the OSTC are limited by one decant bay inside an existing facility, and the goal of this project is to provide ample opportunity for sediment-latent stormwater that's collected around the county. Here we can take a quick look at the landscape plan, and we can see that there's a total of about 7 trees coming out. What we've gone ahead and done is processed the tree mitigation survey, looked at screening, the land disturbance extents, and worked with the landscape architect to go ahead and provide a plan that will mimic the existing screening and landscape elements present at the site. So when we talked about screening and looked at those pictures from St. Vrain Road, the goal is to keep that out at the OSTC and mimic what's already existing. Moving forward to the utility plan, we mentioned that after the 3 stages of treatment, the stormwater will be discharged into the public sanitary sewer system. What we can also see here is that there'll be a new tap on the City of Longmont water main. That'll go off to a water meter that'll be placed within an easement. And from there, that tap will go to a yard hydrant adjacent to the facility, so that as these trucks are removing their waste, dumping their waste, they could be washed down, the bays can be washed down, the facility can be kept clean. I believe that is the end of our presentation, and we can hold it here on the 3D view of the decant facility and welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing item. The public does have a chance to comment on this. We did not have anybody who signed up to comment on agenda item 7A. I will give the chance if anybody in the audience would like to come forward and speak. I'm opening up the public invited to be heard for item 7A. Seeing nobody come forward, I'll go ahead and close out public invited to be heard for item 7A, and we'll move on to questions, comments, motions from the commission. Do we have any comments, questions? Commissioner Boone.
Chair, I just have one question. This is a completely exposed to the elements facility. Is that okay? There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of protection for the operations. And my question is that okay? Your current one is inside a hangar or something, right?
It's actually better to have this facility outside because it needs airflow, natural airflow to dry out the solids. One part of the process is the solids remaining in the decant bay, removing all the moisture from it and then eventually hauling this away by a waste management company. So inside, this would slow the process down because of the airflow. Outdoors with the heat and the sun and the, just having open air is actually better for the process.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Wang.
Okay, this is a question for Seth again. Thanks. So from reading the drainage report, my understanding is that any water on site will end up into the detention pond at the southwest eastern end, right? Which would eventually drain into the Niwot ditch and eventually into the St. Vrain, right?
That is correct.
That's correct. So my concern is if one of the vacuum trucks had an accidental discharge and dumped all 4,000 gallons onto the facilities and not into the decant facility, that will end up into the detention center. Is that correct?
Yes. Are you talking outside the
Yeah,
apron?
if there was an
and everything?
accident or an accidental discharge or a leak somewhere and everything got dumped outside of this facility, would all that water and sediment end up into the detention pond?
Yes, it would.
And would that eventually drain to the St. Vrain?
It would be a slow move towards the St. Vrain if it's connected. I might defer this question for Nicholas. He's probably got a better understanding
Okay,
of
and
the
I just want to
drainage
follow up real quick.
patterns.
Is that a concern that a untreated, I mean, it's already in the stormwater system, which I'm assuming originally was going to end up in the St. Vrain River anyways, right? So I'm just wondering, is that a concern of contamination from having a discharge here at this facility versus coming from the storm sewer system?
Would you like to answer that?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Wang.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the stormwater will be collected from these culvert structures around the county, and
Mhm.
they'll use a pressure washer to wash it out, and then the vacuum hose to pick it up. So what they are collecting around the county, by the time it gets into the truck, has been diluted. So if there was an accident or a spill on site, that 4,000 gallons in the truck would make its way to the detention pond, where that sediment would likely begin to just accumulate on the bottom of the detention pond, where a big storm could then pick it up, wash it into the Niwot ditch there, and then eventually down onto St. Vrain. So there's definitely an element and a possibility of that emergency condition occurring.
Okay, so it is possible that this, if there was an accidental discharge, it could end up in the St. Vrain River.
Yes, yes. And I think the same might be able to be said for if the truck had an accident anywhere on the property.
And the other question was, like I said, if it came from a storm culvert or the stormwater drainage system, that will end up into the St. Vrain anyways, originally, right?
Yes, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kristen, really quick one for you. The PZR that were recommended has the condition that their 7460 is submitted, approved, all the rest of it. Why is that a condition? Because aren't they required to do that no matter what?
They are required to do that no matter what. It was requested by the airport manager. I always think it's a good idea to make the applicant aware that they need to do this, but they have obviously already submitted that form to the FAA, so they are on track to do that. But I just wanted to bring it out to the open, make sure everybody remembered it and was aware of it if this project moves forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Do we have any other questions? I do have a couple. This might be for Seth. Can you explain what the current use is and kind of how many people are in that area? Because I know the one area was a Boulder Parks and Rec site. And how many people, what type of people, how often are they there?
The Parks and Open Space side of the site has several in-field workers that maintain open space properties around. There's a lot of admin people too. Most of these people are in the field that aren't admin. The shop building on the Parks and Open Space side probably has maybe 5 people that are there at any time. And then the transportation side, you know, there's probably, I want to say maybe 25, 30 people that are on site, and then several others that are out maintaining the roads on any given day.
Does public ever come to that area for events?
They sometimes come to the administration building at the Parks and Open Space side for town meetings, and there's an open training room that gets used quite a bit.
Okay. Then, is there a smell associated with this?
There could be a slight smell from just as it dries up, but no different from what would be in a culvert.
And you don't see any issue with that then?
I don't.
Okay, thank you. And then one final question. Noticing that the fuel island is in near proximity to this, any concerns with any kind of maybe chemical interactions between gases and the fuel center, anything like that?
The decant facility is planned to be at a higher elevation so that if any spills from the fuel area were to happen, they probably would not reach the decant basin because it's an elevated apron to get up to the actual basins. That's correct. Okay.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
wanted to check with Nicholas.
No problem. Do we have any other questions? Anybody like to put forth a comment or a motion? Vice Chair Earl?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt PZR 2026-6B, a resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission conditionally approving the Boulder County vacuum truck waste management conditional use permit with the condition that the applicant shall obtain all required FAA determinations related to the submitted FAA Form 7460-1 prior to the issuance of the building permit.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Commissioner Jordan?
I second the motion.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any other comments, questions? Seeing nobody step up. Jane, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Edgley Wells?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
Aye.
Vice Chair Earl? Chair Poland?
Yes.
Commissioner Forbes?
Yes.
Commissioner Boone?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Chair, that passes unanimously 7-0.
Thank you very much. This item now enters a 7-day appeal process. During this appeal period, during this time, any aggrieved party may appeal the commission's decision by submitting a written appeal letter stating why the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision should be amended or reversed by City Council. All appeals must be in writing and must be received in the City Clerk's office and the Planning Office within the 7-day appeal period. The appeal period begins Thursday, April 23rd at 8 a.m. and ends Wednesday, April 29th, 5 p.m. Thank you very much to the applicant. Thank you, Kristen. We are ready to move to the next item. The next item is another public hearing item. This is item 7B. 7B is updates to the Longmont Code 7.06 Prairie Dog Code. It's a citizen-initiated request. Senior Environmental Sustainability Planner Zach Blazak presenting.
Jane, what's the secret code for full screen? Control P. Nope, that's there we go.
I just wanted you to print it.
Oh, that's the other one. So sorry, gang. Where's mine? That one. Okay. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Zach Blazek, Senior Environmental Sustainability Planner, Planning and Development Services. I'm here this evening to present a citizen-initiated code text amendment for Chapter 7.06, the Prairie Dog Code. So first, I'm just going to start by drawing a line between Title 15, which is the Land Development Code, and Title 7, which is the Animal Code, where the Prairie Dog Code exists. 1502.060 permits private parties to request a text amendment to the code. The applicants here are requesting a change to 7.06, which, again, I'll draw that line here in a second. They made a request. We took that request to Council on October 14th. Council approved on October 14th 7-0 to give staff direction to complete red lines for consideration. And as part of that process, we make a stop here at the Planning Commission. 1505.030 is the Habitat and Species Protection section of Title 15. And in that section, we reference 7.06, requiring that any applicant who wants to do work on their property also obtain a management permit for prairie dogs if there are active prairie dog habitat on that property. I, being the Environmental Sustainability Planner, am tasked with managing that process, reviewing applications, and enforcing those policies as part of my role. And that is kind of how we connect the line between 15 and 7, where the Prairie Dog Code exists. So even though it's not 15, we're still here to solicit your feedback today. I'm going to give a quick summary of 706, Prairie Dog Codes, minor prairie dog management permit, and major prairie dog management permit, just the process by which we go through to manage these. So say, for example, I am a property owner, and I have a property that has prairie dogs on it. If I have less than 1.5 acres of active prairie dog habitat, or I have existing urban level development, then I'm eligible for a minor permit, which makes me eligible for extermination with the city approved humane method. If I have more than 1.5 acres of active prairie dog habitat and I don't have existing urban level development, then I must first get a major permit and make an attempt to relocate prairie dogs prior to doing any extermination on the property. That's the program that I manage. It's a very, very high level summary. I can get into more details if you have questions, but otherwise I'm going to carry on. So again, the applicants are requesting modifications to 706 as part of this referral. These requests include general modifications to the permit review process and requirements, the urban level development clause, public notification process, and fees. And kind of as I go on, what I'm going to do is talk about the changes that staff support, the changes that staff don't support, and the changes that we don't really have a feedback on because they're fee related. And I'm just going to start with the changes that staff support. So what you see on your screen is all of the green items from attachment 1, which show changes that these guys have requested that we approve of. So these are requiring a 10-day waiting period prior to commencing mitigation work, obtaining property owner permission in a more formal way to conduct reasonable inspections and verify delineations and monitor the sites, and the last one being requiring a response period of 90 days following any submittal. The reason why we're supportive of that is because we've had projects come in that take longer than that period of time to resubmit, and windows for management, things like that get missed. So we're supportive of that as well. Next, I'm going to talk about some of the changes that staff are less supportive of. And I'm just going to go through these one by one. These don't connect kind of to very specific parts of the red lines that you received. Some of them are kind of all over the place, so I'm just going to go through these one at a time as clearly as I can. The first is requiring that upon verification that a prairie dog relocation site is available, a relocation application to that site should be required before an extermination permit is issued. The way that reads in the red lines is upon verification that a prairie dog relocation site is available, relocation application is required. We don't support this because this is something that we pretty much already do in process. Applicants are given the recommendation for all of our applications to consider relocation as standard operating procedure. That's a process that we've used and we've worked with our advocates in the past to make sure that sites with larger habitats, for example, can be relocated. But it's not something that we want to require. It adds a burden to staff with workload and it further complicates the process. The next is measurement of active prairie dog habitat shall encompass all burrows present on the property. We've had a lot of discussions about the way that we measure these. The reason why we don't support a change to this section as it's currently written is that delineations are field verified by staff. Every single application that we see, I go out with my GPS, I walk the site, I verify the accuracy of it myself. And if I have any questions about that, I can either consult with the biologist who performed the review or I consult with natural resources staff within the city. And then any application that doesn't meet that standard as our operating procedure now is not approved. So if I look at one right now that I disagree with, which off the top of my head, I can count the number of times that's happened on one hand in the 4 years that I've been in this position. If that does occur, then we don't approve the permit and we ask them to try again and provide a more accurate delineation. So we don't believe that a change to this code section is necessary. I'm going to talk quickly about what urban level development is before I go on to the next one. Urban level development is a property of any size that has received a land use approval and a certificate of occupancy for the existing use on the property. So basically that's any property that has an approved site plan or an approved certificate of occupancy. That includes developed outlots in residential and commercial subdivisions that were approved for open space, recreation, drainage, or city-owned golf courses and parks. And the clause is, a person seeking to destroy prairie dogs on a property that is less than 1.5 acres in size, or that has active prairie dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size, or that has existing urban level development shall be eligible to receive a minor prairie dog management permit. So what that means is if I have a property and I have a development that's been approved on it, regardless of whether it's more or less than 1.5 acres of habitat, I can come in and get a minor prairie dog management permit, and the whole relocation piece for the major part is not required. Just want to make sure everybody understands that is clear. So the next request made by the applicants reads, minor prairie dog management permits may only be issued on properties less than 1.5 acres, regardless of their urban level development. And so what this unintentionally or intentionally does, and or one of the consequences of that request is that it ultimately removes the urban level development clause from the code, meaning that if I have a property that has all of those stipulations and, regardless of the urban level development piece, I have to go through the appropriate permitting process. So we've added red lines that kind of take all of those languages out. Again, what it essentially does is eliminates the urban level development clause from code. This would cause, a number of challenges, I think, for both customers, the city, and staff. One of the challenges for the city that I just want to quickly highlight is that a number of the applications that I review are from the city, and this would remove our ability to come in and, do some of that management work internally. It would also, I think, just again, create challenges for our customers who may be required to go through a more complicated process in order to do the work on their site. So again, we don't support that one. The last one is requiring noticing when an applicant applies for any prairie dog permit. This one, we say we don't support it. Really all it does is, change the notice procedure, which we don't support because it places an additional burden on staff to prepare materials and verify postings, and it also creates, in my opinion, waste and litter in the environment that's unnecessary. On account of, we do post all of our applications on the city website, and we think that that's an adequate way to notify the public of available prairie dogs for relocation and permits that are taking place. Last, I'm just going to talk quickly about fees. For these items, staff have no recommendation because fees are set at the purview of council, and, you know, kind of whatever they decide as far as fees goes, it's up to staff to implement. So we have no recommendation or opinion on any of these. The first request is to increase the fee for a major prairie dog permit. The second is to increase the habitat loss fee and make some changes to how the habitat restoration fees take place. For this one, I'll just talk through both of these kind of simultaneously. One, we collect fees for major permits right now at $500, and there are habitat restoration fees that go in if an inhumane method is used. That fee is waived if a humane method is used. Just for your edification, all of the vast majority of the permits that I evaluate use a humane method that's approved by the city. We can talk about some of those methods if you have questions, but typically we don't see these habitat restoration fees collected because all of the permits that we review are, you know, through that humane method. And then the last waives a habitat restoration fee regardless of the method of extermination. So again, that same topic, it just cuts out some of that language. We offer the following feedback again for the requested amendments. We support everything in attachment 1 that's green. We don't support everything in attachment 1 that's red, and we have no recommendation on anything in attachment 1 that's blue. Staff support recommending approval of the green changes in attachment 1 of the staff report. Your options are to vote to recommend approval or denial, and then if there are any recommendations otherwise that you have, we can add that to the PZR. Next, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
And I will try to find. Nope. Jane, which one is it? This one?
This one.
Nope.
Here. Nope. Nope, they didn't delete it. I may have to put it back on there. Close it down again. All tabs. Should be.
One sec.
Yes, no problem. Oh, somebody must have deleted it. Let me grab it.
Check the recycle bin.
What's that?
Do you want to check the recycle bin, just in case?
This one? I don't think that works.
I got it, sorry.
Thank you, Jane.
Sure. I don't know where it went. Just say okay.
Hello, Planning and Zoning Commissioners. I'm Jamie Frano, live at 766 South Martin Street, Longmont resident and all. And as you know, we have our citizen-led code text change here. Before we get into that, I just want to kind of give you a little bit of an intro and background on why prairie dogs are so important to us. And you'll hear from a few people during our public section as well that have firsthand experience with prairie dogs and the management around town. So first off, when I first came to Colorado, I picked Longmont because of the great mix of urban development and our amazing open spaces. I actually picked an apartment with a prairie dog colony within just a 3-minute walk away, and I love seeing them on my daily walks. I then found out a few years later about a relocation effort over at Dry Creek Park, where there was 40 acres of prairie dogs that were going to be removed. I got involved, led a team of about 80 volunteers along with Susan, who is our relocator, and there was also another hired relocator as well. But through those volunteer efforts, we were able to move, I think it was around 700 or 800 prairie dogs instead of having them killed, which was awesome. Now though, or before that even, while I was there, people are walking through the parks and they're asking what's going on. They had no idea. They were surprised to hear that the wildlife they'd love to see were going to be removed. So it was great that we were able to save the animals and move them somewhere else, but it's still a resource in the city that many people use for, mental health, getting out there, escaping from, the more and more development going on. So they really miss them, and now it's just like a dirt field and no development in for a few more years. And I also just found out so much about prairie dogs during that time and how they support over 120 species. Foxes, salamanders, raptors, burrowing owls, so many others rely on them for food, habitat, survival. The black-footed ferret is now endangered because of urban development and agriculture, wiping out the prairie dogs down to 1% of their native habitat in our state. So after that was complete, we started to look more into what protections there could be for them, what our city has available. Saw that there was this habitat loss fund that Zach mentioned. When we looked into it, though, there's $0 in that fund. No fees have been collected, even though hundreds of acres of prairie dogs have either been removed from the city or just killed and left there to create graveyards under our parks. And then I also found out while working with Zach that my little prairie dog habitat 3 minutes away was at risk as well. A resident of the local HOA was pretty grumpy with them, got proxy votes, became HOA president, and then put in the application to have them exterminated. I went around canvassing to the neighborhood. We ran a community survey. We found that many of the residents don't like needlessly killing animals. Who would have thought? And they preferred actually preserving the habitat. Through a lot of back and forth for the next few months, we ended up relocating them and not exterminating any of the stragglers that were left behind, which is what typically happens with a relocation effort. Relocation is never really 100% going to get them all. So usually an exterminator comes in at the end and takes care of the rest. And again, those residents were shocked to find out that this thing was happening with their little wildlife neighbors that they loved to see. I was when I found out about it. There were a few who were worried about plague and other things out there, but quickly changed their sides when they found out that that's just a myth. Prairie dogs can't carry plague long term. They catch it and they die. They go into their burrows. They don't really go around spreading it. They're actually a great indicator to find out that plague is around the area from other animals instead. So once we broke those myths down, did a lot of public education, more and more people started siding with us, and that HOA president actually sold his house now and moved out of the neighborhood. The other board members that did side with him have resigned or were voted out at this point. There's a strong community desire to protect our local wildlife, and there's a lack of public awareness of what is going on and how these animals people care about are managed. So since then, I've joined Grasslands Colorado. It's a nonprofit to help our local wildlife. We work with different cities to improve their policies, do public education, and even give out grants to landowners that want to preserve their prairie dog habitats. So now I've worked with, I don't even know how many, and people keep reaching out to me. It's a issue that keeps coming up, and you'll hear, as we go through this, the changes that we want to make to start closing up loopholes, create more protection for them all, and hopefully you'll agree that they're important as well. Susan, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I do. Hi, Commissioners. I'm Susan Summers, and I'm a longtime Longmont resident, and actually the original driving force behind this ordinance that we have. When I first moved here, the language in our code said a developer needed to make a good faith effort to relocate prairie dogs. And basically what that meant was they just made a couple phone calls, Boulder County Parks and Open Space, a couple of other people. Will you take prairie dogs? They said, no, we're done. And so prairie dogs, to my knowledge, prior to this ordinance, were never relocated. So we got, myself and Anna Rivas and Jeremy Gregory, who could not be here tonight, the three of us got together and got this ordinance through council. It took us a couple years. It's been amazing. It's really worked very well. We've relocated a lot of prairie dogs, but over the 6 years that it's been in place, we've discovered loopholes. And we kind of knew that was going to happen. You know, we talked a lot with David Bell, Natural Resources, and kind of were waiting for this to play out to see, you know, is this good enough? Is this going to get us what we want? Is this going to give us the protections that we're looking for? So that's what we're here tonight for, is to kind of cinch things up and address some flaws that, you know, hindsight's 20/20. You know, we didn't know that we were going to run into these little dips. So anyway, that's why we're here tonight. So
Thanks, Susan. Okay, so a lot of this we kind of went over, but the current ordinance has requirements that applicants can get around using these various loopholes and such. A majority of residents we found want prairie dogs to stay, or at least not needlessly kill them. And in our October 2025 vote, the council decided to move everything forward and work out kind of the details after the election that happened. And we have the staff red lines, but we feel like there could be even further adjustments that we're going to be asking council to make as motion during the next meeting with them on May 12th. So again, a recap of the issues. $0 has been collected for our habitat loss fee, even though we've lost many prairie dogs through relocation or extermination. There's little support for residents who do want to preserve, like the residents and the new HOA board at Harvest Junction. They are working and making plants and trying to find out ways to make natural barriers on their own, and there's no city resources for them. The urban level development part of the ordinance was the reason why that HOA president was able to go under a minor permit instead of a major. Even though there was over 2 acres of prairie dogs, we relocated, was it just about 100 of them? 100 animals could have been just exterminated with no fees or anyone posting notice or the neighbors even finding out this happened, because it's an outlot of an HOA. So that feels like we should fix that. Prairie dog habitats have been made to look smaller than they actually are. There's a lot of ways that you could make a polygon around burrows and cut out corners that shouldn't be. And it's also very difficult to determine if a burrow is active or not. I did a relocation where at first we thought there was 100-ish burrows. We found 180 over the course of it. They're hidden sometimes they're closed, but then they reopen them later. They use them as ventilation. They're not, just because it doesn't look active when staff goes by to check it out, it doesn't mean that prairie dogs are not using them. It's really all the burrows should be included, and that's how CPW actually determines prairie dog habitat in our state, which is down to 1% again. So yeah, these loopholes and other ways have been in effect and having us not collect any of this habitat loss fee. And here's just some details of that community survey that went out at Harvest Junction. You can see that most of the residents chose humane, relocation or preservation of the habitat, or just leave them alone even as their first choice. And then if you look at second choice as well, that number increases dramatically. So it's clear that a majority of residents that live at least nearby this neighborhood and colony really care about them. And during our last council meeting, council members asked a few points to clarify. Zach clarified that the reason why, as he did earlier, that we didn't collect any fees is because humane options were used. Personally, humane poison feels like an oxymoron to me. You are still killing the animals, but that is a city-approved humane option. Our now mayor mentioned that she approves of all these things and wants to see them tightened up even more, which is why we've made some additional recommendations, or more like expanding on our original ones, not necessarily new. And Zach did confirm in the last meeting that request 3 with the requirement to have people apply for relocation before extermination does not create any additional work. It's something he already mentioned they already are doing. This is just creating legal language for future in case that if someone else is in the role and all in the future. And Councilmember Popkins, you mentioned that the fees, we talked about it prior to that first meeting, and noticed my first draft at them were pretty low. So we also have updated amounts for the fees too. So yeah, let's go through the actual requests.
I will try not to take up too much of your time because I know you can see these slides, but so I'm not going to read them verbatim. But updated request number 1 would require the 10-day waiting period for transparency and to allow for advocates to attempt to find relocation sites, and this is staff supported. And of course, I do want to point out that the burden is typically on us advocates to watch the website, to look. I actively go on there all the time to look to see if there's an area where prairie dogs are. So this just gives us, a better window to be able to try to relocate those prairie dogs if possible. So I think that's pretty straightforward there. Update number 2 allows staff to inspect the actual site, limit the length of time the applicant has to follow up on the application to 90 days. I think that's pretty straightforward as well. It's staff supported. Requested update number 3. This is kind of a biggie actually for me, that it kind of just came to life for me recently. This is kind of the heart of the ordinance. I mean, if we don't have legal language within the ordinance requiring these people to, developers or someone to apply, sure, staff is doing it, but technically somebody could just say, I don't really want to, and there's nothing in the language there that requires it. So, like I said, hindsight being 2020, this should have been in the first place, and I think it's imperative that we have legally binding language to make sure that people are actually making the application to relocate. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, just to add something there, there was a colony at Tri-Point Homes across from the sugar mill that got onto a little park in an apartment complex over there. There were about 20 prairie dogs, and there was an extermination sign up. A resident reached out to me, and we were able to stop that extermination the day it was going to happen. I talked to the landowners, and they didn't know relocation was an option, while Pueblo was accepting. So it's not told to all landowners. This one was not aware. We have examples where as soon as they found out, they canceled that extermination and worked with us to save those prairie dogs. So this is a real problem that we can address.
Yeah, and it's certainly, no offense to staff, he's busy. There's a busy guy here. He's got a lot of stuff on his plate, and things fall through the cracks. So I definitely think this is kind of a critical component here that we have that language in there. So requested update number 4. Measurement of active prairie dog habitat shall encompass all burrows present on the property. As Jamie just mentioned, I've been relocating prairie dogs for 15, 20 years. I do a lot of relocations for the city, actually, and I spend a lot of time in prairie dog colonies. Just because a burrow appears to be closed, that's my analogy is in your house, if your door is closed on the back, does that mean that you don't utilize it, that that's not part of your habitat? Anytime there's a burrow that's dug and is within a colony of living prairie dogs, it's active prairie dog habitat. And I don't see why there should be any question on that. And I think it's too subjective to expect staff to go around and go, oh, that one looks like it's active. Well, that one's got some leaves in it. There shouldn't be any kind of subjectivity on something like that. And it does allow for people to exclude, and that benchmark, that line in the sand of 1.5 acres, if you exclude a burrow or two because you think that it's not being utilized by the prairie dogs, you've now dropped yourself down below that threshold and are able to get a minor permit when you should in fact have a major permit. Let's see. So, and this is kind of on a similar topic here, how this is measured. And we've gone round and round with this, and Anna Rivas, who's here and will speak tonight, can speak very well to this. We were asking for language which is a convex hull polygon. And we understand, after talking to Zach, why that might not be the best language. But some kind of language needs to be put in there to prevent a developer from drawing that image that you see in the lower right-hand corner there.
It actually says that
that's
they should use the smallest area
the
possible.
smallest
in the
area
ordinance
possible,
right now.
yes, which is encouraging them to make a measurement like that, which again, you're not meeting the threshold of 1.5 acres. And as you can clearly see, even if you use the one in the upper right, where you've drawn a line that encompasses the boroughs, that's basically saying that a prairie dog never steps outside of those red lines, that their habitat exists exclusively within that. It just doesn't make any sense. So we've gone round and round and have some suggestions here, which I'm not going to read all through these, but we feel like this is a good start, and again, this is somewhat of a work in progress because we're going to go into council, but we feel like this new language here kind of is getting encompassing all of the boroughs and actually doing a better measurement of the prairie dog habitat.
While still addressing the concerns that Zach brought up, like if there's a building, in between two boroughs, obviously that's not prairie dog habitat. So we're suggesting a convex hull with constrained exclusions. So we're kind of only cutting away the areas that actually matter and not actively asking or encouraging applicants to reduce as small as possible.
Okay. And this next one here is also kind of a big issue for me, the urban level development. There have been two examples, and one I think you'll probably all be familiar with is McLean Trucking. McLean Trucking has a massive site. Their acreage is huge. Their building and the parking lot only take up a small corner of that. They have had prairie dogs on their site for years. They have allowed them to expand, and then they technically were able to come in and apply for a minor permit because a portion of that site had a building on it. And I see problems with that for a number of reasons. One of the problems is immediately across the street where the Walmart is, that developer had to do a major permit because he had equal amount of prairie dogs. Well, I don't think that's a level playing field for starters. I think if if you're making a rule for one person, it should be the same rule for another person. With all due respect to Zach, I don't think that putting this kind of a threshold of 1.5 acres removes the urban level development clause. That still exists. There's just now a delineation as to, sure, you have urban level development, but if you have more than 1.5 acres of prairie dogs, you're still in a major permit. And I can speak to this specifically. I don't know if any of you guys knew Dan Wolford, who worked for he worked for years. I remember the very day that he suggested that we put this language in this code. And the reason that he said that was, his example was, what if you have a apartment complex next to some prairie dogs and a couple prairie dogs move over and make burrows? They should not have to. And I agree. It sounded like a great idea. Little did we know at that time that there could be a site like McLean where they've got 25, 30 acres of prairie dogs, thousands of prairie dogs, and they would fall under urban level development. So I think that that's a loophole that we really need to close. It's just not fair. It's not fair to, it's not a level playing field. And, okay, so. And I think that's it.
Yeah, just like you mentioned, it's mostly for when there's 1 to 2 prairie dogs have gotten onto a property with urban level development, which will clearly be less than 1.5 acres of habitat. So I don't believe that the language of urban level development being the qualifier actually accomplishes the intent of the ordinance on either side, really. It should really just be, is there a lot of prairie dogs or not? And simple as that. All All right, and I'll be going through more of the fees and such. Zach already went over this. We want to increase the fees from $500 to $1,000 and $250 for the minor. This is to cover staff time working through the application process and hopefully have some extra for the Habitat Restoration Fund as well. And this is the originally requested amounts here for the Habitat loss fee. And so those highlighted amounts are based on our initial kind of pass. And like I mentioned several times now, there's $0 there. But when we looked into it, other cities like Fort Collins, they charge $4.5 thousand per acre instead. And they do not waive it for just anything, actually. Let's just skip to this side real fast. Their default amount is this year $4.6 thousand. They actually increase it every year to match inflation as well. And if a landowner uses a humane poison, carbon monoxide usually, they reduce down by 20%, not fully waiving the fee like we do. So that still reduces it from 4.6 to 3.6 in this case and increases each year. So I, have worked with Fort Collins City, and they actually have some improvements they want to make to their ordinance as well. But, kind of basing it off of that and working with other exterminators, relocators, landed on these numbers of 3.2 for if they're just exterminating, reducing it down to 2,000 if they do use the city-approved humane. And if an applicant relocates, which is usually more expensive than using these poisons, so we want to make sure that that fee is reduced down. But we still feel strongly that that is removing, prairie dogs from our city. It is still habitat loss. They are being removed from here. So we still want to have a $500 per acre for that. And then, expanding on that, we noticed as we were talking about it more, that there are potential future loopholes that we could try to tighten up, as Susie mentioned we should try throughout this process. And so, like I mentioned, after relocation, there's usually some stragglers, and there's nothing here that says they can't use an inhumane poison at that point. They already had their fee waived from relocating. If they decide to use Rosol, which takes hours and hours to slowly kill the animals, that's fine. It also secondarily poisons other wildlife. As long as they relocated some of them, it's okay. So we want to stop that and mention that, the fee is not reduced if any inhumane poisons are used. And to that point too, some relocators put in a little more effort than others. Some are also exterminators, so they tend to not care too much about how many are relocated. They're going to be doing the same job anyway. So we feel like there should be some qualifier here that if there's not more than 80% of these prairie dogs relocated, it should not waive the fee. It was an unsuccessful relocation in my mind. But the way it's written now, they could just apply for the relocation permit, move one prairie dog, or just even attempt to move prairie dogs and not actually move any of them and still have the waived fee entirely. So again, this is expanded things that we'll be asking for motions in the future since it's not in the red lines currently. We do want to keep moving things forward though at this point, just because we want to see at least what we originally requested in before summertime, really. And then two more here, we're almost through it. All prairie dog extermination permits, both major and minor, should have this habitat restoration fee. It shouldn't apply just to the major permits. Habitat loss is habitat loss, extermination is extermination. Again, zero of those fees have been collected. So this is something that I didn't see in the red lines, but just making it clear that it is any permit, not just for extermination. And that's pretty much the change we're asking here. And then also, when we did mention that there was $0 in that habitat loss fee, Mayor Peck at the time was kind of shocked to find out, and she was kind of part of the original ordinance when it went into effect like 6 years ago. So nobody's checking to see how this is going. We feel there should be an annual, just, hey, do we have money in there? What should we do with it? as well. And last, not least for sure, is that we want to require posting whenever an applicant applies for prairie dog permits. That case that I mentioned where there was an extermination that was going to happen that day, we only found out because a resident of that apartment complex saw a sign about it. That sign, I don't believe, was required because it's a minor permit. But because there was a sign up, the landowner decided to do it on their own. We were able to save those prairie dogs.
And I kind of feel like if we're posting signs for development, what's the difference? I mean, if you're posting signs, you're posting signs. And I know about development, sometimes by driving by and seeing a sign. It's just more transparency, and it should be the same procedure for everything.
Yeah, again, the areas that there weren't signs, the residents were shocked to find out and wanted to get involved and kind of came in force in the case of the HOA. So education, awareness is everything. And you'll more likely hear from the people who are grumpy than the people who like prairie dogs in general. In Fort Collins, one of the city staff members ended up exterminating an area and then got more calls than she ever did afterwards because people were upset. They didn't reach out ahead of time. They didn't know they were at risk. If there was postage, maybe they would have. So yeah, thank you for your time, and let me know if you have any questions now.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing item. As such, we allow the public to speak in regards to this. We do have a sign-up list. I do have, outside of Jamie's name, which you already said, we do have 3 names. If anybody else at the end of this would like to come up and speak, we will give you a chance. The first person on the list is Anna Rivas. You do have 5 minutes, and we ask that you please give your name and your address for the record.
Hi, my name's Anna Rivas, 4501 Nelson Road. What was that?
You're good. Go.
Okay. So yes, I'm here to speak about the ordinance. And the way it's currently written, as they have already mentioned, it has some big loopholes pertaining to how prairie dog habitat is measured for the purpose of applying for a major versus a minor permit. And the difference between those two is that with a major permit, you have to attempt to relocate. With a minor, you can proceed straight to killing. First of all, the first loophole is that the ordinance includes a reference to active versus inactive burrows, which are in turn used to define the active prairie dog habitat. The problem with designating a burrow as inactive, as Susan mentioned as well, is that it's kind of arbitrary. And even if the burrow can be shown to be, with 100% accuracy, that it's inactive, that doesn't mean that the area around it is not utilized by the prairie dogs. They're likely foraging near it and all around it. So, if a burrow is inactive, the habitat around it could still be highly utilized, and that's not a good measure of an inactive, to exclude that area as active prairie dog habitat. Secondly, there's a section that refers to the smallest possible area of a polygon, encompassing all active burrows. There is a virtually unlimited number of ways to create absurdly small polygons, as you saw from that illustration that Jamie had. If you have some burrows that are scattered in what technically could be contained within a pentagon, for example, you can reduce the size of the polygon by just, instead of making it using the pentagon, making it into a star shape. You've still got all the little points included, but you've now cut out big pieces of that pentagon pie, so to speak. You could go further and make it a super, super skinny star, which is ridiculous, but the way the wording is right now, it's actually encouraging people to do something like that. It would be a pretty sleazy thing for somebody to do, but there's nothing in the current ordinance language that prevents them from doing that. It actually encourages them to do that. It says right there, the smallest possible area of a polygon encompassing all active burrows. So they can easily do something like that and say, I'm following your ordinance. So these two items taken together create a huge loophole that landowners and developers can use to get below the 1.5 acre threshold that determines whether they need to apply to a major a minor versus a major permit. So yeah, and then they would just be able to proceed straight to killing, which, as Jamie talked about, that's a big problem. I live near Dry Creek Park, where all those prairie dogs were relocated, and I dearly miss them. They were my neighbors for 20 years, and even though the majority were relocated, there were many that were left behind. They couldn't be trapped during the time we were given, and so they were killed. And I used to go there all the time on, almost daily or weekly walks. It was kind of my place to decompress from work. And they were removed in the end of 2024, and I have not been able to go back there since then because it's just completely changed the nature of the place. It went from being this life-filled, beautiful place to visit and having all my neighbors or prairie dogs that I could walk through and just see them. I could look right into their little faces. And I also had a friend who was a birder who went with me, and we counted 30 different species of birds that utilized that place while the prairie dogs were there. I don't know what that's down to. I'm sure it has changed because the prairie dogs modify the area in such a way that makes it appealing to certain birds that now that they're not there, it's probably not as appealing to them. So it's a very different habitat. I think people should keep in mind that they do provide benefits in terms of mental health, to be out in nature among our fellow non-human creatures, to help with just de-stressing, and turning it into a sterile, empty field it's just not the same. And when we were out there relocating, we did have many of the neighbors who came by, realized what was happening, and were horrified. I still remember very clearly one of the women who stopped by. She had been gone for a couple of months, taking care of her father who was passing. She was in a different state, and she was trying to decide whether to stay there or come back. She came back to be in her happy place, which was gone.
Thank you, Anna. Next is Virginia Holman.
Hey. I'm Virginia Holman. I live at 600 Longs Peak Avenue. And I just want to say good evening to all the commissioners, and also to wish you a happy Earth Day, because today is Earth Day. And I appreciate City Council making a proclamation at its last meeting back in March, designating today as Earth Day. It's vital that we focus on clean energy and sustainability, as City Council outlined in their Earth Day proclamation. But although it rightfully highlighted our climate goals, it was largely silent on the plants and animals that rightfully maintain our landscape. So today, as you rule on the prairie dog ordinance, you have the opportunity to complete that vision. Sustainability isn't just about carbon, it's about the biological health of our Front Range. And I'm going to go over two quick key points here. Sorry, I'm reading off my phone. My eyes are not so great here. It's prairie dogs' role as a keystone species and in our food web. So in ecology, we call the prairie dog a keystone species because, much like the center stone of an arch, if you pull them out of the habitat, the entire ecosystem begins to collapse. A single colony supports over 170 other species. Prairie dogs aren't just rodents. They're really kind of like the supermarket of the prairie. When we lose a colony, we lose the food source for the hawks, the golden eagles that circle above us. We lose the homes of charismatic birds like burrowing owls. On Earth Day, we must recognize that we cannot have a sustainable city if we continue to dismantle the food web that supports our iconic Colorado wildlife, which is also a large part of our tourism here in Longmont, and as a hub for people headed to the Rockies and enjoying our city, that's important. Also, prairie dogs are natural firefighters. I was writing an article last year, which is actually how I came to got to know Jamie a little bit. And in the course of writing that article, I came across and interviewed people who were engaged in recent studies that included the Marshall fires. And they demonstrated that prairie dog colonies can slow and redirect grassland fires naturally. By grazing the vegetation around the burrows, they do create low fuel zones. They clip the dry tall grasses that act as fire fuels for the fast-moving grass fires that threaten our neighborhoods. And I must point out, I was thinking of this when the Martin Street fire fired up this week with flames up to about, 20 to 30 feet, which our firefighters quickly got under control. But having prairie dog colonies close to habitats, human habitats, like apartment complexes, actually does serve quite a useful role in fire mitigation. Their burrows also increase water infiltration into the soil, helping our land stay resilient during droughts. Prairie dogs offer us a free natural service in fire mitigation that no mechanical mower can replicate, and they really aren't an obstacle to a safe city. They are an asset to it. In fact, one of the people who I interviewed for the article was participating in the Grasslands Fire Workshop in 2025, giving presentations to firefighters from across the region, including Longmont, City of Longmont firefighters, and he urged City of Longmont firefighters to work with planning and zoning and other city organizations to incorporate prairie dog habitats into the city's fire mitigation plan. Routinely in large grassland fire habitats, firefighters will use prairie dog habitats as kind of a stopping point for a place where they can, and forgive my paraphrasing here, slow and capture fast-moving fires. So I urge you today to vote for an ordinance that prioritizes management and relocation over extermination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person on the list is Michelle Christensen.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Christensen, and I'm at 2209 Spinnaker Circle in Longmont. Oops. It scares me. I feel like I'm in an elevator. I'd like to highlight why prairie dog protection deserves stronger attention in Longmont, and the importance of signage and verifying relocation options are exhausted before prairie dogs are exterminated. Research shows that prairie dogs occupy less than 1% of the historic range. Prairie dog towns support over 100 other wildlife species. So when we lose a colony, we are not just losing one species, but habitat that supports an entire ecosystem. The situation in Tri Point homes in the Sugar Mill area shows how important this is. Prairie dogs had moved into the area, as Jamie said. A resident reached out, and because of the signage, we were able to contact the landowners on the morning the extermination was to take place. And you know what happened? The landowner decided to cancel the extermination. Those prairie dogs were saved simply because someone saw a sign and asked the question. The small moment of awareness made the difference between extermination and relocation. Most residents in Longmont have no idea when prairie dog exterminations are scheduled. And by the time they find out, it's already too late. Many others think that all the prairie dogs somehow get relocated. I find that time and time again talking to people, which is really interesting. Improving this process would not only protect wildlife, but also give landowners clear guidance and help the city avoid situations where extermination is approved before relocation options are fully considered. This situation demonstrates the value of clear, visible signage. It allows the public to engage and can directly lead to better outcomes. It also shows that the issue is not always unwilling landowners. Often it is simply a lack of information in the process. Establishing strict standards for signage design, placement, and visibility would assure notices actually serve their purpose. As far as relocation, in this case, there was an active relocation site, yet an extermination permit had already been issued without the landowner knowing relocation was an option. This highlights a gap in the current process, where residents often learn about the extermination only after permits have already been issued. Improving this process would ensure relocation is consistently considered and clearly documented before lethal control is approved. A simple improvement would be to require that before an extermination permit is issued, applicants must first apply for relocation using a basic relocation compliance sheet like this that I don't know if you want to look at this, but if relocation is unavailable, they must provide written documentation showing they contacted multiple relocation sites and were declined, demonstrating that all reasonable efforts were exhausted. I'm asking the council to strengthen notification and relocation verification so that humane options are genuinely explored before extermination is approved. These changes would ensure relocation is properly verified and documented before extermination occurs, helping ensure lethal control is truly a last resort, while still allowing development to move forward responsibly. I respectfully ask the board to direct staff to review both signage standards and relocation requirements to strengthen this process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That is the list of people who did sign up. If anybody else in the audience would like to come forward, if you have anything you would like to add, we do invite you to come up. You have 5 minutes. Seeing nobody move forward, I'll go ahead and close out public invited to be heard for item 7B. Move it back to the commission for questions, comments, motions. I do have a question to the commission. If there is a preference on how you want to go through this, there are a lot of items. And I'd like to make sure that we kind of do this in a methodical method so that we don't miss anything and that it's easier to keep track of what we're doing. I see there's 2 different ways we can do this. Attachment 1, which is the red line, which is the definitions and other items, the red lines, the green items, and the blue items. The second way to do this is the applicant has basically laid out the requested updates 1 through 9. So just looking for the commission, which way they would prefer to go through this. Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A point of clarification, if I might, before we have that discussion. We have 2 PCRs in the attachment. One is approve what staff said, one is deny what staff said. Do we have the ability to kind of redline and go through otherwise? Because there is not a PCR with conditions that we would normally fill in. How would that work, Mr. Terrell?
Good evening, members of the commission. Jeremy Terrell, Senior Assistant City Attorney. In talking with staff, given that there's so many different possibilities, there is no right way of doing it. So I think what we've done is to have the PZRA, which is what the staff said, and PZRB, which is kind of leave everything the same. If the commission wants to go through the red lines and change the recommendation, it should just be a motion to change PZRA to reflect what the commission wants.
Okay.
And that will get forwarded to City Council unless the commission chooses to adopt PZRB and deny all changes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Wang.
Thank you. I would also recommend going down the red line document, but my question is, are we looking at the document that's presented before us with this particular verbiage? Or I noticed in Jamie's presentation there was other verbiage on there, especially about the polygons. Will that be something that we need to look at because it's not here, or do we need to take that into consideration?
From what I understand from the discussion we just had, that we can incorporate any updated requests from the client into the green line, red line document?
I'd recommend approaching it by looking at the red line and having the commission go through that document.
Just the red line document.
And then to the extent the commission wants to add anything the applicant recommends or disagreed with staff on, just tell us and we'll update the red line document reflect that as the PZ recommended version, assuming you go with PZRA. Does that answer the question?
It does. So the initial will be to keep to the red line items and even the green line items. I guess we could disagree with that.
Yeah, I meant the
red line
track
document.
change
Yeah, the document.
Yeah, the red line document.
track
So
change
we're going to keep through the track of the red line document.
And then go over any additional comments.
Correct.
If we want to look at the polygons, then.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just tell staff and myself what you want to put into the track changes document, if anything, and we'll make sure that gets incorporated.
Thank you. Commissioner Boone.
Thank you, Chair. So, point of clarification, Zach, I'm confused about the presentation of the red line documents. So we have items that are highlighted in red. We have items that are highlighted in green and items that are highlighted in blue. And within each of those, some of them are left as is and some of them are struck out. So I don't understand what that means. If it's red and it has a line through it, what does that mean? If it's red and doesn't have a line through it, what's the difference?
Sure. Good evening again. Zach Blazik, Senior Environmental Planner. Commissioner Boone, the lines that you see through strike out existing language that's in the code today. If there are red words that do not have a line struck through it, that's new language being added. Does that answer your question?
And then for the blue code, because there's some blue where it's struck out, that is currently in the code.
Correct.
And they are looking to replace it with the blue that is not struck out, basically.
Correct.
So the things that are struck out are
That's current code language.
current code language that the applicant wants to strike.
Correct.
And then you either agree with it or you don't agree with it.
Based on the color green, red, or blue.
Okay, got it.
That
and
is
blue,
the
and
That
blue
was
they
confusing.
they did not comment on the blue part.
correct.
Right, okay,
Yep.
got it.
That's
Thank
the
you.
way that I felt would be the easiest to convey this complicated set of code changes. And if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jordan?
Thank you, Chair. I guess before I jump into questions, were we good on approach before I start asking things?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and go through the red line document and go through the sections, and then at the end, we'll catch anything that may have been asked for in an update, or if there's additional things maybe that the commission wants to talk about.
Okay, so good.
Yeah, so we're going to begin with, first we're going to go ahead with section 706.020 definitions. And there is the urban land development means, and it looks like that the applicant is asking to strike out the development means sections 1, 2, and 3.
So my questions were more, let's just say, context oriented. If I could just jump in on those.
Okay, sure.
So Zach, this one's for you. I guess I'd like to understand maybe a little bit more about the genesis of the code that exists today, because I've heard a lot from the applicant, and I see what's in there. It does not, to me, look like a conservation code. It looks like it is maybe humanitarian. I mean, what's the purpose of it? What was the main driving aspect of it? Is it just to avoid needless killing, or is it about habitat preservation?
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. So it does fall under the animals section of code, which is sort of, I guess, where it best fits in the context of prairie dogs are animals, and we needed a process by which to manage these permits. In the absence of that process, a developer who wants to do work on a site with prairie dogs could theoretically just bulldoze them over or flood the site and drown them, right? So the purpose and the intent is to have a process by which a developer can more humanely manage those habitats.
Okay, so it's kind of to avoid cruelty, it sounds like. But it's not to stop the development.
Correct.
It's to incentivize nice treatment of these animals.
Correct.
Then my next question was around why prairie dogs specifically? Do we have code like this for all sorts of animals?
That gets more into Title 15 for habitat and species protection, which has a whole other host of, development requirements for species like burrowing owls and adjacent raptors and things of that nature. But that's a different code section.
Okay, because one of because I might get into these questions a little bit later, but I know one of the points is about potentially closing loopholes that have prevented funding the Habitat Restoration Fund. But if the objective of this is to incentivize more humane treatment of the animals, I guess I'm wondering, do we view the current iteration of it, because you were talking about, you've been going on these site visits and looking at this, and we've since it's gone into effect, we've been able to get people to do more humane things, at least more often. Do we view that lack of that fund has been has that hampered our ability to do these humane things?
I don't know that I'm the best person to answer that question. I think that the intent of that question kind of comes down to what is the council's goal. Right, it's my job to implement the policy as it currently exists.
Okay.
And so I think that really it's up to council to set those directions and make those types of decisions.
And my last question, and I'm going to pause for a while, but this is my last one where you need a little bit more orientation, is I wasn't understanding the 90 days piece that the applicant is requesting. I'm not sure if you might be able to cover that, Zach, or
Sure.
Jamie or Susan, if you could.
I'm happy to talk about it quickly from a staff perspective. And if these guys want to hop up and talk afterwards, that's fine. But I'll just share that right now, the language as it's written in the code for developers, the developer is required to either do a relocation or manage their habitat, however, whether it's a major or minor permit, through the duration of their development process, meaning that if they're under application review, they have until their site plan or their project is approved to complete the management of the prairie dogs before they start construction on the site. What we've seen is that if we have a project that waits 6 months or a year in between project submittals, that prairie dog application sits.
Okay.
And so my understanding is the intent of that request was to, spur action sooner in the event that a relocation window was closing or could be missed.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
And I'm sorry, it wasn't my last question because that jogged another one. I didn't see any language in the current code as written or any of the proposed changes that seem to differentiate between exterminations or relocations to facilitate development versus, I would call it, in the pest control. We're not building anything, we just don't like them, which is, I think, one of the cases where it's brought up in the HOA president situation. Do we treat things differently, or is there a different process for option A versus B?
There's a slight difference in the process. The same permits and stipulations apply based on the size of the property and et cetera. The only difference is that for a property that's not currently under development review, they have to wait a period of 90 days, or this is for a major permit, they have to wait a period of 90 days, or once they've identified a relocation site is available. Once that 90 days is passed, or they don't identify a relocation site, then they can exterminate. That's the only difference between an existing development that isn't going through the development process.
Okay. All right. That's those are all the questions I had right now. I'm going to yield.
Thank you. Commissioner Wang, did you have a question? Okay.
Go down the first section if that's where you're at.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Boone.
Thank you. A follow-up to Commissioner Jordan's last question, I guess. What percentage or what number of these permits do you see from property owners who are not doing development, who just want to get rid of the prairie dogs? Or are they basically all, except 0.5% or something, tied to development?
I can just give you some statistics I'll take from the year 2025. So this
Okay.
is all the permits that I looked at in 2025. 21 total permits were issued. I would say of those 21, half were related to an existing development. 8 of the permits were related to the city, so it was our Parks and Natural Resources staff, so not development related or anything like that. It was just us, the city, making those applications.
Like for parks?
For
or
parks.
Golf courses or
Correct.
things like that?
Yep.
Okay.
2 of the permits that were issued were major permits. 1 was an extension from 2024. The rest were minor permits.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Edgley Wells.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is relating to minor and major permits and the time span that a prairie dog location migrates or closes. So, and to not get too much into the substance of like the A and B, but I'm trying to figure out how quickly does a prairie dog location change? And how quickly does that sort of then also change whether it's a minor or a major permit?
Commissioner Edgley Wells, so you're talking about an existing site that has prairie dogs on it, and does the population expand over some? It's not that quick. Over a period of many years, you may see changes, but for the context of the remaining properties in the city that have active prairie dog habitat, many of those probably aren't going to grow anymore just because they're bound, on all sides by a road or, another development. Many of those may just be a park where we manage the habitat year to year, but we're not trying to make it smaller. We're just trying to keep it healthy. And, the rest of those are smaller, 15 prairie dogs or less, and likely not going to grow rapidly, just again, based on those meets and bounds.
Okay, I think we have the common questions out of the way. So if we have any comments regarding 706020, and I believe that for the most part there are 2 items here. One is the striking of the applicant would like to say all active prairie dog burrows, and the city has said not really. They would like they're not in agreement with that. The other is there is a definition for urban level development means, and I believe it's the applicant who wants to strike out active. Right, and they want to strike out the urban level development means section definitions. And the city would like to keep those in. So looking for comments at 706020. Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Zach, I guess I want to understand. So, and I'm going to oversimplify here a little bit, and I apologize if I'm going off track, but someone please correct me. The reason we're striking the urban level development, or the reason the applicant has proposed to strike urban level development, is because you want the criteria to be the size of the colony regardless of the lot and what the development is on the lot. And the city, why does the city not agree with that recommendation?
So the applicant gave an example of one site in the city where that situation that you just described applies, right? And that is the McLean Western site over on Highway 119, north of Walmart and all that. That, to staff's opinion, is an outlier of a situation that doesn't really apply anywhere else in the city. And, for that reason alone, we don't know that it's necessary. That's another example of a site where, through our SOP and our process, we were able to have those prairie dogs relocated anyway. So, again, it's a lack of necessity or an overreaction to a situation that may not occur again.
So Okay, so the city's perspective is it's really not an issue that the city believes is the case. I am curious about urban development number 3 there, which is city-owned golf courses, parks, which you said is 8 of your 21 permits. Is there a convenience for the city of keeping the exemption so that the city doesn't have to go through the permit process?
Well, again, the city does have to go through the permit process.
Well, for a major relocation.
They do have to go through the process for a major in any other, for typically what we've seen, right? And I'll give you the example of Dry Creek Park, which one of our speakers mentioned. They did go through a major permit for those sites. So saying that it's a convenience is one thing. We still go through the process and do it. Does that make sense?
So the city, no, I'm not entirely following. So it sounds like what you're saying is the city is still going to go through the process even though the code lets you not?
I mean, for these parks, for developed parks, I suppose, but we still do go through the process.
Okay. I mean, I don't love that answer, frankly. And Zach, this is not you personally in any of this, but if we have the code and we have exemptions in the code, but then we say, oh, we're really not going to follow them. And that was the reason for not liking several of these. I just don't love that as a reason not to do that. If we think there's a legitimate business reason, great. I can get behind those, at least consider them. I don't love just we already do it this way, and therefore we don't need to codify it. Because that's really easy to change without going through a recodification process. So I'm a little skeptical of that argument.
Okay. Just to clarify as well, from just my perspective, right? This, for me, when I went through and evaluated these red lines, I'm thinking about it from the actual, other customers in the city, not from the city perspective.
Fair enough. Understood.
Commissioner Wang?
Thank you. So I'm looking at this and I was trying to figure out why we have a distinction or a specific definition for urban level development. And my interpretation of this is probably for greenfield developments versus established properties that's been built on already. My question is for a definition of an urban level development, if it's been platted already, but it's still vacant land, would that fall under urban level development or would that be a major?
It would not fall into the definition of urban level development if it's only platted. Urban level development requires a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so I was thinking more do you know the Clover Basin Farm subdivision, northeast corner of 75th and Nelson?
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of lots on there have couple colonies and it's not built upon. So that would not count as urban level development.
Correct. If it's not developed with a certificate of occupancy and approved site plan, it doesn't meet that criteria.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Council Rep Hopkin would like to make a comment, clarification?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I had a procedural question for you. And this is because it's a fairly unusual conversation because this is a citizen-initiated proposal, like code amendment, and technically some citizens are applicants. And so I just wanted to clarify your preference in terms of what the commission can direct who the commission can direct questions to, because I see a few people kind of leaning forward in their seats and they may not be sure whether they can speak to some of the topics that are coming up. So I just wanted to broach that with you directly. I'll follow your lead on how you want to handle that, but I want that to be just clear across the board.
Thank you. For the purpose of this hearing, what I would say is that Jamie and Susan are the two speakers for the applicant, and we will limit the commission has freedom to ask questions of them, and the questions will be just to you two. The other people, hope you understand, we don't want to get into a lot of back and forth with a lot of different people, so we want to have a manageable. You two seem to have been appointed like the speakers for the group, so we will keep it to the two of you. Okay, very good. Commissioner Jordan.
All right, so we're talking about the Section 020. Just throw some opinion out there. I don't have any issue with striking active because it seems arbitrary to me. But the problem I have on the urban development side is, again, this seems like it could be used in a couple bad ways in two directions. The first one being it could be used as a way for an existing property owner that's not planning to do any development, that just hates prairie dogs or whatever and wants to do something inhumane. But conversely, I feel like it is, I don't know, the dog I have in the fight is, Envision Longmont. We're trying to encourage infill. And it seems to me if you have, you're trying to build an ADU or you're trying to do something to that effect, I feel like this would, leaving the urban level development in there would protect those owners from being able to facilitate that and not have to jump through as many hoops. So I don't know, those sort of just some thoughts offhand on that piece. I'm still kind of formulating the thought, but I wanted to toss it out there.
Thank you. Commissioner Forbes, welcome.
Thank you. Zach, I had a question for you. I believe you mentioned while you're talking that part of the reason you disagreed with the urban level development, striking that from there, was that there would be an additional burden on the staff or just an additional burden in general. Would you be able to elaborate on that?
Yeah, there's just a chance that would add more major permits to the workload, which, again, involves going out, doing larger surveys, spending more time in the field, and it's just more time that I spend on this particular task. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Based on the way this is written, would you have any estimates on like how much more time you'd have to spend in the field, or how much staff time it would take additionally in the field?
I don't have a time estimate. I would just say that, it would require, potentially more time spent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to add my 2 cents. I'm okay with striking the all active prairie dog. I think there's a bigger conversation there where it says the smallest possible area of a polygon has been indicated. You can get very creative in drawing a polygon. That's where I really have my biggest issue. And I understand that I guess one person's definition of active could be different than another. I do think that I would not want to see, if there's a prairie dog burrow that is 300 feet away from everything else, that you're going to increase the polygon because of this one off. So I think there's a fight or something to go over. I don't think it's the term all active prairie dogs. I will say this, when it comes to the definition of urban level development, I would like to keep it in there. Because as the applicant has said, and I think the city would agree, that this is something that's probably going to be maturing over the years. And this is just the definitions we use for urban development. I would rather take where it's actually applied, that definition, and look at, is that proper to use at that point, rather than taking out of the definition portion of this. I'd like to keep the definition portion in there. And then when we get to urban development, maybe we look and say, okay, it means this 1, 2, and 3. And I could even see the case, we don't agree with 1, but we agree with 2 and 3. So I would like to, depending on where it falls in the code. So I would like to keep the definition in there, so we have the definition moving forward. And I could see maybe at some point in the future the definition changes, but I would like to have the definition change. Where it's used is where I would like to take a look to see if it makes sense. That's my thoughts on what is redlined in 706020. Commissioner Boone.
That was staff's recommendation to remove that, because if we don't have... Jamie, can you go to the mic? Oh, sorry, thank you. Yeah, sorry about that. That was actually...
Turn it on. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Sorry about that. But yeah, just to clarify, that's not something we recommended initially. That was because of legal requirements. If we're not using it later, there can't be a definition for it. Right.
And in my mind, I see urban level development is a real thing, where they would be exempt from these issues, from having to apply for a major. It's the 1.5 acres that's the critical component. So if you, for example, the city, part of this process that the city uses is they actively control their prairie dogs. They don't let them get over 1.5 acres, and there's a reason for that. And so I feel like having this language in there, the urban level development should still be in there, but it's qualified at the 1.5 acres that actually encourages people like McLean to not let their prairie dogs take over 15 acres and then come back later, because that's actually what happened. And so I kind of see it as an incentive to manage the prairie dogs that you have. If you don't want prairie dogs on there, don't sit back on your heels and let them expand and then come back later and go, well, we have existing urban level development, so we get a pass, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I see it.
I kind of understand that, but also with the understanding that it was noted that it takes time for prairie dogs to expand. And
Sure.
To be somewhere at like 2 acres, okay, from 1.5 to 2 acres, that can happen, but to go from 1.5 acres to 15 acres, that just didn't happen overnight. But you brought up a point, Jeremy, when it comes to the definitions, is it true we can't have a definition if it's not being used in the code?
I wouldn't say can't, but I would say shouldn't. I wouldn't define a term if you're not going to use it.
But wouldn't the language still be in the code, or just
Well,
quantifying it with the 1.5 acres?
So, yeah, I guess we can come back to this when we get down to, I think, let's see what happens when we get down to 70605OB. See what happens, whether that gets striked or not, what the recommendation is. They want to put it in because they want that has an existing urban development. So that was not in the definitions beforehand, right?
No, it's crossed out. We're asking to remove it.
Zach, that was not originally in 706.020 then, a definition of urban development.
It is. It is currently defined in code right now.
Okay, and so by it being crossed out, they wanted to remove it?
Yes.
That's what.
Yes, I mean, we want to remove the urban level requirement
but
later
you don't care
on.
about the
I don't care if there's a definition or not, but removing it later, it was suggested to also remove the definition.
Oh, okay, I understand that now. So I guess in that regards, for me, I think 706.020 depends on what happens with 706.050B.
Yes.
Okay, and then I guess the only other thing that we have to see what our feelings are for is whether we strike all active prairie dog or we leave in all active prairie dog. And do we have a consensus on that? Commissioner Wayne.
Thank you. So here's my thought. I would like to keep the urban level development definition. The extreme case that was mentioned with McLean, I feel like if we have a better definition of what a polygon is, that would have prevented that case, I would think. Was McLean's size of the prairie dog colony less than 1.5 acres?
Commissioner Wang, no, it was much, much more than 1.5 acres.
Right. So I feel like I would like to keep the urban level, as Commissioner Jordan mentioned, if we've got infill projects, I would love to keep that in there, making it easier to infill. But with, like you said, the McLean example was an outlier, an extreme, right? It's not very often that this kind of things happen. And I feel like if we have a actual definition of a polygon, then that would exempt it from the minor development. Is that correct?
It is, but that's not under definitions. Right now, we're just talking, the definitions doesn't talk about measuring the polygon.
Right.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, my thought is this, I would like to keep it because if we do enact the polygon, then that strikeout is non-debatable or moot.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Edgley Wells.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so when we're talking about keeping active versus taking out active and how it relates to number 4 of section 7.06.050. So I feel like if you take out active, then you don't have a number 4. That's just because that also states active. So that's just my kind of train of thought of so what are we thinking on that one?
Commissioner Boone.
Thank you, Chair. I support leaving the definitions in until we find later in the document that they might not need to be there. I don't think it hurts having the definitions. And I don't understand why we cannot just add a word about the polygon and call it a convex polygon to eliminate the whole star effect. And I'm fine with taking out the active word.
May I interject with a suggestion? Because
Yes.
we did discuss language that used the word convex. I recommended that we not use that language in situations where that could also create inaccurate delineations. I have an example that I could share of a situation where really any kidney or banana shaped habitat area, and we do have one that I could pull up that does exist here in the city, using language like convex could actually create inaccurate delineations with the use of that language.
Okay. Is there another word that would do what we're trying to do? And
In the spirit of the applicant's request, I came up with shall encompass all boroughs present on the property. And then, with the implementation of the SOP that we have today and the act of going out and verifying the accuracy of delineations on site, my thought is that accomplished the spirit of the request without using language that puts us into trouble.
Okay, good. Thank you.
May I add something too?
Sure.
So Zach, this is new to you as well. But after that conversation, I agree. Just a convex hole doesn't really work. If there's a building in the middle, then it needs to have a cutout in the middle, right? There might be clearly non-habitat features of the area where, we do want to make it concave at that point. But it shouldn't be the smallest possible area in all cases. So with the help of a little AI here, we went through with all the kind of things that could come up. If there's a body of water, if there's steep grade, other features that prevent, prairie dogs from moving or burrowing, structures like roads or buildings. So on the bottom here, it's kind of in short, it is a convex hole, but with constrained exclusions, allowing localized concavity only where required to exclude non-habitat features or barriers. And where ambiguity exists, the delineation can be based on observable habitat continuity. So like that example of 300 feet away, we could break off there, vegetation, soil, etc.
I think the problem with that is that's not in our red line document as of today, and I don't know if I feel comfortable tackling all of that in there, because there's going to be several of these also. Looking for other people's opinions on this, Commissioner Jordan.
I don't know. It's something real simple. I feel like, why can't you just make the dots of the polygon where the boroughs are and only include the ones on the perimeter?
I mean, in generally, that's what these delineations look like already.
But by that token, if you just went with something very simple like that, where you wouldn't have a star shape, if you could say, hey, look, we're just going to do the outer boundary.
Yeah, I mean, for the example that you see on the screen, example number 4 in particular, like that's not something that would get approved through the current process of going and evaluating the delineation, right? Typically, what we see is something that's usually between 3 and 4, and again, it has to most accurately reflect the conditions on the site. So,
I think maybe the I don't know, Chair. I feel like maybe like the term smallest is also catching me up too. I almost feel like you could say, hey, draw a circle that encompasses at least 90% of the prairie dog burrows, and there's your area. I don't know. That doesn't account for all weird site geometries and stuff, but I mean, like, how many are really going to fall into that perfect threshold between 1.5 acres, I don't know. That's catching me up, but we might want to just maybe circle back. I don't know. Do we have to do it sequentially, or could we get into the meat and come back?
Yeah.
I would like to see if we can do this in order, because it just makes it easier to follow, and we don't have to worry about trying to go back. Commissioner Popkin, you want to state something?
I've clearly been demoted. That's okay. I wanted to maybe offer something for the commission to keep in mind, not in specific language here, but if there are certain points of this that are, and I'll lean on Jeremy here if you think that this would be too complicated, but rather than wordsmithing some things, if there's certain intent that the commission believes is important to convey, and there's agreement among, or there's a majority of commissioners who feel that way, that's proposed to have staff work on language to address something rather than maybe finesse exact language here so that we don't have the lawyers wincing. As we have kind of this hesitation. If it's a particular sticking point on like what's the right shape, for instance, just to use this conversation as an example, but not exclusively so. Jeremy, would you have concerns from a process point with kind of spirit of language for staff to workshop between that is based on P&Z's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. And my concern is process and finality.
Yeah.
I mean, we can be in an endless loop of, this started back in October of 2025. Edits were made. Edits are being suggested tonight. If we do wordsmithing, edits might be suggested again in the next meeting. Will PZ review the next version? Will City Council review the next version? There's no possible end in sight. So I think from a process standpoint, and certainly Grant can step in, we have a application process for making changes to the code.
Yeah.
We presented that to the City Council. City Council suggested it come to PZ. I would stick as closely to the City Council directed version as possible, and let's consider that. And if there's additional changes after that, I mean, the code is a living, breathing document. We can certainly have another application come in, go through the process again with additional updates. But I'd stick as close as possible to what was initially presented, just from a process standpoint.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. I'm kind of looking like I'd prefer to be more ambiguous than trying to tie this down, and I don't want to put in a lot of terms about, well, remove it if there's water, remove it if it's this or that. What I'm thinking of, what I would like to see is something like active prairie dog habitat means the possible area of polygon encompassing all active prairie dog burrows on a property. I'll admit, to say I'm not going to tell you how to measure the polygon is a little ambiguous, but it also leaves a leeway for the city to work with other parties to come up on what that polygon should look like. And because different cases are going to require different things, and this gives flexibility for the city to work with the applicant here and also the person in the future who is looking at doing this. It gives them a way to work and come up with how they want to measure it. Because I think when you look at something, you're going to look and say, well, okay, it should be this way. And okay, I can see where there can be a cutout. I don't think we're going to be able to come up with a rule to meet every circumstance. And is it okay if we just kind of leave it ambiguous so that in the future people can come to an agreement on what that means in that particular case?
Certainly, it's possible. Ambiguity always causes me heartburn. Perhaps, if I may suggest, a sentence added to the current definition or some modification of the current definition of just saying the director shall determine whether or not the polygon is a sufficient representation of the prairie dog. And then the director or his designee, meaning Mr. Blazek, can determine whether or not it actually accurately represents the burrow.
I like that. As I said, I don't think there's a way that right here we're going to come up with a way to define the perfect or the best way or even a multitude of ways to measure a polygon. And I would like to leave that so that in the future the minds can get together and determine what that is. And I like the way that you came about that. Commissioner Edgley Wells.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question, not to wordsmith anything. Is there an agreement between the applicant and the city what the definition of active is?
As in, like, if we leave in the language of active here, you mean, or this part? Yeah. Sorry.
In no relation to changing the wording that we're looking at right now, considering the ambiguity, is there an agreement between the city and the applicant on what active prairie dog burrows are?
I don't think even amongst like prairie dog advocates and relocators there really is. It's really hard to determine. As Susan's more of an expert on this. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say there's not an agreement because it's impossible to tell. I have been at sites and it will be closed. I come back a week later and it's open. They use them for dive for cover sometimes, so there might be some debris in there. So again, I go back to, the colony is a living, breathing, moving organism, and it uses all the doors and windows at various times. So I think it's impossible. If the burrow exists within a living colony, it's part of the active prairie dog habitat.
Thank you.
Yeah, like when we do passive relocation to determine if there's still prairie dogs in a burrow before we close it up safely, we put little bamboo sticks in it and we see every day have those sticks moved or not. And it typically we wait 5 days and then we actually close it up. So we wait for 5 days of activity. You'll be surprised at how many times on day 3 or 4, that's when the bamboo sticks get moved. So you come by 3 days in a row, you'll see like, oh, that burrow's not being used. And then on the 4th day, oh wait, yeah, it is. Somebody's living in there.
Thank you.
Just from a staff perspective, I would share too that, keep in mind these things can change over time, but the applications that we receive for management, those do happen at one point in time, right? We get the application, I go out, I verify the delineation, and then they get their permit. So that is one moment in time.
Right, and getting to the point, just because something went in 4 days and went in there once comes out, I would like to think that, once again, if you look and you see a burrow 300 feet away from everything else, just because something went in there every 4th day, I just want to, I hate saying all burrows because I'd like to put some kind of, so that we're not going way out for, for something like that. That's my concern about saying all prairie dog burrows instead of all active. I think the term active, by leaving it in there, I think it gives a way for the parties to discuss what they believe active means, and they can therefore come to an agreement on what active means. I know it might be tough, but I think that might be better than saying all prairie dog burrows, because I think that also gives a problem. So, I don't know.
Would you mind if, and one thing?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is on or not. I guess I feel like maybe we should focus more on active prairie dog habitat definition versus a burrow.
Which is...
So a burrow, whether you perceive it or someone perceives it to be currently being used at that moment in time, it's still part of active prairie dog habitat. Like my example before, your house. You live in a 3-story house and the windows on the top thing are closed and you haven't opened them for days. That your home is still your active person habitat, if that makes sense. I'm thinking maybe we should focus more on that versus an individual burrow.
Except that the way that this is stated, they're using the individual burrows to create the habitat.
True.
Commissioner Forbes.
Thank you, Chair. My thought is that what I think we need, like, what if we send, like, we leave the urban level development as it is, and for now, until we, under the condition it's going to stay in there when we move into section 76.0.50, and then for active, we send that back to the applicant and city staff to work on a definition of what active is, especially since the fact that active is used throughout the document just to, it's part of prairie dog habitat. Like it's active is being used as part of the definition of active prairie dog habitat, which is used as part of the measurement, which is used as part of, like, it's used in different ways. So I feel like we need to get, I don't feel like we're going to be able to make it. I think there needs to be they're going to have to come up with a clearer definition of active that will have to be decided at a later date.
Oh, I love this one. So I think right now what we have is I think for now we want to leave in the urban level development means. We want to leave those definitions in there. We want the city to put in a sentence to basically indicate the polygon issue. And then the question is, what do we do with whether we have active or not in there? And whether or not we need some kind of clarification on what that means. And Zach, is there something we can put in to define what I mean, maybe we don't have the term active, but is there something we can replace it with?
I mean, that, again, that's entirely up to you to make that recommendation and council to make the decision. Again, I struck this out because I don't think it's a necessary change to happen, and that's the feedback that I have to provide on this red line.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman Popkin.
Thank you, Chair Poland.
I said councilman.
He was giving credit.
I
where
reacted.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. He was giving credit where credit was due. I just wanted to maybe remind the commission that there are moments, like, I know we all live in precise code language, and I also want to remind the commission that sometimes, unless the lawyers really freak out, there can be merit in allowing for some staff discretion. And we have that in other parts of our code as well, right? There are administrative modifications for other types of development where there's a certain level of flexibility that we allow for staff because of their expertise, their work, their experience to make certain judgment calls as well. And so while I don't necessarily want to, like, give free rein for open-ended discretion on everything, I think what I wanted to encourage the commission to think about is in what areas might a little discretion be actually productive versus very specific code language be more productive. So just a thought process to consider.
Thank you. Commissioner, or Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By my count, in this red line document, active appears 10 times. I would much rather keep this as is right now, given that the way I'm reading this is there's a distinction between a habitat that is actually, I really don't want to use the word active here, but that's where my brain is, and I apologize. It's 9:20 and it's not fully functioning. But a habitat that is basically occupied and in use, as opposed to a habitat that was at one point in the past in use, which I think is the intent. And I then recognize we're using boroughs to define the habitat, and we're using active in both of those cases, even though the definition of active might be a little bit different there. I would, at this point, given where we are and not adding in 3 paragraphs of what active means, I would suggest we leave this as is on the active prairie dog habitat definition, subject to that sentence that the planning director or designee has, sets the policy for how to measure the polygon. I would suggest we move on to 05 Oaks. We got 9 other times to measure active that we still have to get through.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jordan.
I'm going to just second what Commissioner Earl said. I think that when we have, by adding the sentence, it gives the staff the interpretability and leeway to keep things fair. And although I said earlier that I'd like to get rid of the active, I think the addition of that sentence, I'm flipped. I think leave as is.
Okay. I think I'm looking around. I'm seeing lots of nods. So that is a consensus. So I think we have what we have for 706-020. Let's move on. 706-050A, because I think this hopefully will be a little bit easier. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. The city agrees with the 1, 2, and 3. Do we agree with 1, 2, and 3? Does anybody have any concerns about those first 3 items? Okay, I think we're okay. Let's discuss item 4, which is measurement of the active prairie dog habitat shall encompass all burrows present on the property. I think given that we are going to leave the active prairie dog above, I'm good with not having. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's redundant.
Yes.
Okay. So our thing would be to remove 4 because it's redundant.
Yes.
Okay. Now we can move to, and Jeremy, are we okay with the way that we're handling this? Is it following?
I'd recommend, just for our benefit, just giving us a thumbs up or a thumbs down so we know kind
Okay.
of if there is a majority consensus
Okay.
among the commission.
So removing item 4, measurement of active, removing it is good.
Perfect.
Okay. B, the item here is item 1, which has the condition or that has active prairie dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size or that has existing urban level development. And the applicant wanted it in there and the city wanted it out?
This is current language that the applicant has requested to remove.
To remove, they want to remove it.
Yes.
Okay, so the question really comes down to the urban level development, whether we want to keep that in there or remove it like the applicant would like to see. Vice Chair Earl.
So I'm not actually going to answer your question, Chair, and I apologize. I'm reading this as 2 different things in here. So there is the active prairie dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size as kind of the first part that the applicant has proposed striking. And then the second part is the urban level development. I'm a little confused why the applicant is proposing that first part of active prairie dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size.
That was because I wrote this really badly. And we actually clarified in our revised version here, which happened after the red lines, that we do mean prairie dog habitat, not necessarily the parcel size, which is kind of how it reads currently.
So the applicant's suggestion is basically, we start out with a person seeking to destroy prairie dogs on property less than 1.5 acres in size, or the active prairie dog habitat is less than 1.5 acres.
Yes.
You like that part, or you're good with that part, staying in there?
Yes. I'd like it to just say prairie dogs on a property that has active prairie dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size, and then just remove the urban level development side, and active prairie dog habitat is defined, elsewhere.
Okay.
It's really just removing the urban level part here. Okay.
Commissioner Wing.
Okay, so my understanding of striking out the existing urban level development is to close the loophole that they've seen, especially with that one outlier case, right? However, if we did, going back to the whole, that loophole could have been closed if you actually define how big of a area that prairie dog colony was, right? So this is, I feel like this is like an overkill, trying to like kill everything, trying to catch that one extreme outlier.
Yeah, it's a little different because if they have any urban level development at all, as the case of the HOA as well, because it was an outlot, even though there were 3 acres of prairie dogs, with 100 prairie dogs we were able to move, they still went under a minor permit, which, again, the intention of a minor permit is when somebody has 1 to 2 prairie dogs, not 100 of them. Just because it's an outlot on the edge of a neighborhood, they're still, trying to exterminate 100 animals. So I don't think the urban level development should really matter. It's just how many are there. So it's not really, like, even with the best polygon language, the current language is if they have even a bench built, if they're just an outlot, doesn't matter how big that polygon is, doesn't matter how small that polygon is.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jordan.
This is a question for you, Zach. What if I have a small house on a 40-acre plot and I have a 5-acre prairie dog colony, but I really just need to clear out some prairie dogs, like next to a shed, to clear an area for a shed. Maybe it's a 100-square-foot shed in my backyard. Am I going to fall under this? Let's say we remove this urban level development thing. I assume I would have to permit as if I was removing the entire colony and not just reducing its size in one specific area. Do we differentiate?
So, a couple of things. One, I don't believe this hypothetical exists in the city.
That's fair.
2, what I would recommend in this situation is passive relocation, where the prairie dogs are, just moved using fencing and pivot fences and things like that out to the area that, the rest of them are, in their habitat, and then you can do the project that you want to do. There's other solutions, is my point.
Well, I grant I got that, but what I'm trying to understand is what is required. What either could the property owner get away with in a way that we feel is not to the spirit of things if we remove this. I assume that it would be very black and white if we remove the urban development piece. It would, hey, we're gonna be talking with Zach and looking at passive relocation options. But if we don't, I can say, well, look, I fall under this minor thing. I'm just gonna go with a minor thing and do it my way. Is that the idea?
In the spirit of your question, that property, if the house has a CO, would be eligible for urban level development.
Okay.
And getting a minor permit for the work they want to do, even if that habitat area exceeds 1.5 acres.
And we don't just like we don't differentiate between, let's just call it pest control versus development, we are also not differentiating between reduction in size of the colony versus elimination in the code today. We don't differentiate between those two.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Zach, the way I read this is with the clause, or that has existing urban level development shall be eligible for. By saying that it's eligible for, it doesn't mean that it's automatically approved, correct?
It still goes through the review process, and we determine that their application presents the most correct information.
Right, but what I'm trying to get at is, let's say in the case of McLean, they were eligible to have the minor, but it doesn't mean you have to grant the minor, correct? You can look at it as the city. Once again, this is getting to, does the city have latitude to approve or not approve in that case?
The latitude that I use when I do these evaluations is, doesn't meet the standard, is the delineation correct? If all of these standards described in 706050 for a minor permit are met, they are granted their minor permit.
Giving me pause to think on this one. Because I can understand that on a site that does have development, that there should be a little more leeway. But then I can understand the argument that it shouldn't automatically be granted. Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow on your, discomfort with this kind of binary here. Effectively, what I am interpreting where some of your discomfort's coming from is, those outlier cases where it is, a small portion developed, and yet because it has any development, it falls into the binary of developed. I almost wonder if there's a, there is a threshold where it's a certain percentage is developed or something like that. I do not know what that percentage is. I don't pretend that we can figure that out while we're sitting here, but I do wonder about that kind of a distinction as kind of a future follow-up to make that a little bit clearer. Because I understand the value of the urban level development exemption in theory. I also understand the risk of how it's written right now. And I don't know that we're going to solve that sitting here tonight.
I can agree with that. I tend to say leave it in, and knowing that there's going to be a future discussion about it. I don't know, maybe people leave it in, or do people favor removing it with the ability to put it in later? Commissioner Jordan.
Sorry, I'm taking up a lot of time on the mic tonight. I want to go back to that original question. We talked about the kind of the opener here, what the intent is. And this is about trying to incentivize interventions that would be less cruel or whatever, more relocations, less exterminations. I think leaving it in makes it a really weak code. If we're saying, hey, look, it's a small colony, we can use intervention A versus a big colony is intervention B, then to me, if the intent of the code is humanitarian, then it shouldn't matter about the development there. That's kind of my opinion there. I think that when we talk about incentives that might hurt people's desire to develop the land or pass on costs for this to either the property owner or the business, people who would frequent that business, I think I'm going to probably have more opinion on the fines and the structure and the incentive later on in here. But I think that as a good code, it's like, what's the point of having this code if we're going to give people a pass if they have 40 acres and they have a shack? That's kind of my thought. I would like to, I think it makes sense to remove the existing urban development clause as the applicant would like in this case.
Commissioner Edgley Wells.
Thank you, Chair. So we kept in, we kept in the urban level development means portion of 7.06.020. Is that correct? So then the next mention of urban level development is going to be on C.
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to keep in mind that if we take out the second one and we take out the third one, then do we need urban level development means?
We'll get to that if we do remove them. Part of me doesn't mind keeping it in, but we can discuss that if we do remove them. Okay, so I think what we are getting to is on 706050B, keeping in or that has active dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size, but removing or that has existing urban developments.
May I suggest you do those separately, just because they're complicated? So you get a thumbs up, thumbs down on those separately.
Okay. So the first clause, or that has active prairie dog habitat less than 1.5 acres in size, do we want to keep that in? We have consensus on that. The next one, the next clause, or that has existing urban level developments. Do we want to remove that, like the applicant has asked, or keep it in? I'm going to say thumbs up if you want to keep it in, thumbs down if you want to remove it.
I don't have a thumb on this. I don't know what to do. I abstain.
Well, that's 3-3. Is so wait, but this is just a recommendation going to city council, so can it reflect to the city council that we can't come to consensus on that item?
It absolutely can.
We're coming to consensus to the city council that that one particular clause is, we'll leave it to you guys. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look, that's part of the reason why I'm here. It's to reflect the overall recommendation and, other areas of discussion.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're done with 706050B. The next one we get to is 706050C, item 1, which is attempt to relocate. And there we have our favorite term, or that does not have existing urban level development. So this is for a major permit.
If I could jump in for a moment, Chair, I think if the commission can't come to consensus on B1, similarly, we would not come to consensus on C1
because they're
it's
linked.
the convicts.
Yes.
Yeah. So not to move it along, but maybe you want to.
Commissioner Earl would like to has a comment.
Sorry, Jeremy. I want to make sure I'm reading this sentence right. So this is, if you're seeking to destroy prairie dogs, if the habitat is greater than 1.5 acres, we get that. We're all good with that. You have to follow this. Or if the site does not have an existing urban level development, which would imply that if the site is undeveloped, greenfield, the habitat is any size, you have to relocate first. And so I actually think those are not the same issue. And so I think you could have a concept here, and I'm sorry, Jeremy, because I appreciate what you were trying to do, but I think that they are not linked and they are divorced from each other. I don't necessarily have an opinion on what to do with it, but I do think it's worth discussion.
Okay, do we have any comments on that? I'm rereading this now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Councilmember Popkin, the thought process here is this is an attempt to relocate under the major permit. So it is, the way I'm reading this is there's two criteria that can be met, and it's an or, not an and. So either the prairie dog habitat is large, it's greater than 1.5, or it's a greenfield site with no development. And so the or there means you could have a tiny prairie dog habitat on a greenfield site. And you still have to meet the intent to relocate based on how it's defined, based on what's in the code right now.
Hi again. I think because if there wasn't over 1.5 acres, it would just fall under a minor permit anyway.
That's what I was trying to look at and see
Yeah.
how that tied in. Yeah, so you can't have a major if it's under 1.5 acres. So then that's why we can strike it, because it would not happen.
Yes.
Agreement? Agreement?
Yes.
Okay, we're in agreement for that.
Wait. In agreement that we understand 1.5 acres means greater, that's what we're agreeing, or are we agreeing to strike
No.
the urban level development?
We're agreeing to strike the clause, or that does not have existing urban level development, because to get a major, it has to be 1.5.
Thank you.
So we can, oh boy, that's the second urban level develop, okay.
It is.
But we disagreed on the first.
But we disagreed on the first, so we didn't strike it, so we're keeping it in.
I shouldn't even vote on this one because I didn't vote on the last one.
Well, but this one's, to me, this one makes sense because it can't happen.
Yes.
Because of the definitions.
This is true.
Okay.
Okay.
No, it's getting removed because you cannot have the urban level development if it's under 1.5. Because if it's under 1.5, you're going to get the minor.
But then that's consensus on B1.
No.
Because the existing urban level development is what triggers regardless of size currently. So if there's existing urban level development, it's automatically a minor permit, regardless if it's 10 acres.
We could not come to a consensus on that.
But if you remove it here, then you wouldn't have, then anything 1.5 acres or greater would necessarily have to be a major, even if it had existing urban level development.
Yes. Two sides of the same coin.
Can you do a revote?
On which one?
This one, this C.
Okay. We're still discussing C.
I apologize. I opened this up. I apologize.
Commissioner Forbes.
No, that was like that's what we were discussing was essentially the question I was having. But so what we're saying right now is that we need the urban development in 050 to say, or that has existing urban level development there in C, in part B, for part C, to say greater than 1.5 or urban level development, or even to remove it there. I just want to, okay. So it sounds like we were wrong. They are conditional on each other is what I'm understanding.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of view these as two sides of the same. Now, Jeremy, maybe you could shed some light on this, because I don't know, like when I'm visualizing it as a decision tree, do you have to basically, is it a decision tree that we look at some criteria and then here's the major, here's the minor, and you're in one of those two buckets? Or is it more like, if you're looking at minor code, it has to give you all the definition of what would throw you in minor, and then if you're looking at major, it has to give you the reverse of that to make sure that you fall clearly into either bucket, no matter which part of the code you're looking at?
So in my mind, based on the code, and Zach can certainly correct me if I'm misinterpreting, but when an application comes in and you're determining if it's minor or major, staff is asked to answer two questions. So first, what is the size of the active burrow habitat? Actually, I would probably do it flipped. I would say, is there existing urban development? If the answer is yes, then it goes to minor. If the answer is no, then it goes down to the size question. Is it less than 1.5 acres or is it more than 1.5 acres? If it's less than 1.5 acres, it goes minor. If it's greater, it goes major. But you need the or. If the commission is not willing to get rid of the existing urban level development question, then you need it in both sections for it to apply. Because if you removed it from C1, C1 would say anything greater than 1.5 acres is a major development permit, period, without any exception for existing urban level development. So if you get rid of it here, it nullifies your lack of consensus on B1.
All right, that's what I was curious about. So my thought is it just shares the same fate, and we could probably move on.
Okay, so I guess what we're going to do is let city council know on that one that one's up for you guys to hash out. Next, C2. Upon verification that a prairie dog relocation site is available, a relocation application to that site is required before an extermination permit is issued. So upon verification that a prairie dog relocation site is available, what they're asking for is to say that a relocation application to that site is required. So they find out, so I guess if I remember right, the cause is they say, oh, there's a relocation site, but before they get the application, they do the extermination. And so the applicant is saying, if they get the relocation, they have to get the application done before the extermination permit is issued. To catch that loophole is what they're looking for. And Zach, why did the city believe that that wasn't necessary?
I'll just share that we already do this as part of our standard procedure.
Okay, so what you're saying is that before extermination, you make sure that whether or not if they applied to have them moved, that there is an application for it before you go ahead and say, oh, okay, but we're going to issue a thing that says it's okay to exterminate now.
Correct, and that's outlined in the major permit process.
Commissioner Forbes.
Thank you, Chair. How much does it cost the developer to do relocation?
Nope, turn on.
It's expensive, and it depends. If you're going to Pueblo, where you're not having to dig burrows, and they're putting the prairie dogs in empty burrows down there, it's far less expensive. If you're going to Rocky Flats, we have to actually dig trenches and put in nest boxes. So in a situation like Rocky Flats, it could cost you, depending on the size, obviously, $60,000 to $100,000, possibly. I would say on the low end, $30,000 maybe. And of course, this is all depends upon the size, so I'm just kind of throwing these numbers out without knowing the acreage of it. But does that answer your question?
That helps. So essentially what this clause would do, I mean, it's already part of the city process, but it codifies that it's saying they have to relocate, they can't exterminate. That's it. That's what the developer has to do.
Correct. If there's a site available, they have to apply. If it's accepted, there's a possibility it won't be accepted, because part of this process too isn't just like we use the word application to Pueblo or to Rocky Flats because those are government entities. But if it's a private landowner, say I have land and I want to offer it up for these prairie dogs, the application is in fact to Colorado Parks and Wildlife to see if they would approve that relocation. I don't know if I'm muddying the waters here again, or if that clarifies things.
I'll clarify as well. Again,
Yeah.
that,
Okay.
that documentation is required as part of the application.
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach, so you said that the section that is in red right now, you're already doing. Is there any reason why the city's resistant to have it codified?
I wouldn't say I'm particularly strong on this one. I think that if the council directs us to make the change, then I understand where it's coming from. But again, we already do this in process.
Okay, so it should be kind of blue then, instead of red?
Blue is for fees.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Again, this is one I don't feel particularly strongly on either way, since we already do it.
Yeah.
I didn't feel it was necessary to make the change, and that's the full extent of why it's red.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation.
So do we have any feeling to go ahead and put that in because?
Yes.
Okay, we're saying to put in the clause upon, or not the clause, the sentence upon verification.
Yes.
Very good. Whew. Now it looks like we go down to item D, which is highlight, or the D is in red, but there's nothing redlined.
That's just a consequence of adding new sections above. Formatting.
Oh, the formatting?
Yep.
So we don't have to worry about D or E?
Unless you really want to.
No. Okay. Next, section 706070, notice by landowner of Prairie Dog Management. This looks like it's a new section being proposed. Or no, there was a section, no landowner shall allow, and then they want to add the all approved. So let's take the first part, which is what's currently in there, is no landowner shall allow the extermination of prairie dogs without posting notice on the property in a form approved by the director for at least 14 days prior. If the property owner uses only humane methods to exterminate prairie dogs, as approved by the director of natural resources, no notice is required. So I guess the issue is that clause, as approved by the director and natural resources manager, no notice is required. So let's take that at first, because I think the two can be handled separately. So, is there an out if they use a humane method for extermination, is the question before us. Or do we want to, even if they're going to use a humane method, to require a notice? Commissioner Edgley Wells.
Does the beginning of section 7.06.070 supersede both minor and major permitting? This is asking, there's no notice required if you read it in bulk for extermination. No notice is required. As approved by the director and natural resources manager, no notice required. So in a minor case, right, there is no, am I correct on that? There are cases in minor where you don't have to notify and you can exterminate in minor.
For minor or major, all of the cases, if they use a city-approved and humane method, notification is not necessary under this current section.
So this applies to both. I just wanted to make
As
sure.
far as posting signs on the property.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understand that correctly, because to me, I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments? Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Zach, I just want to clarify because this is wrapped up in this. Right now, there's no requirement to post signs on the property no matter what. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
Okay. When is there a current requirement? to
Signs
post
are posted on the property in the event that an applicant wants to use a method other than a city-approved humane method, which is carbon monoxide fumigation or passive relocation.
And-
So that's in the case of some type of toxicant, something that the intent is, right, if you are a neighbor and you see a sign posted that someone is using a toxicant to eradicate habitat on their property, that's a good notification if you're like planning on walking your dog by, right? And the purpose is to make you aware in a period of time leading up that you might not want to go by.
And so that's minor or major. If you're using something toxic, you have to post.
Correct.
And the proposal here is even if it's humane, it has to post.
Correct.
And it's post a sign, not necessarily post on the website.
Correct.
Is what goes on the website today the same things that get signs, or is everything go on the website today?
Everything goes on the website. It's the application, the habitat delineation, all of the contact information for the applicant.
So what we're basically being asked to do, and I'm trying to simplify this down, and please correct me if I'm screwing it up. We're basically saying if it's a humane extermination, the only notice right now is the website.
Correct.
And that there should be signs. That's what the applicant is proposing, that there should be signs for humane. Otherwise, it's effectively unchanged from
Correct.
process. Then my only clarifying question is, in the existing, there's a 14-day. In the new, there's a 10-day. Is that intentional to actually go down from 14 to 10?
No, that was not intentional. And then also on the website, it says business days, and here it says non-business days. So that was an extra thing I wanted to make sure we were consistent on that too.
It's helpful just to understand the difference, because trying to read through the code and
Yeah.
what's done in practice is
Yeah.
a little confusing.
And just a little more context too, the city website is something that people like Susan and I do check pretty regularly. We felt that the 10 business days was enough time for us to kind of check and see what's up there. Sometimes the website is down though. It was down for close to a year, correct? But yeah, so, and in several cases, a sign on the property is how residents found out and reached out to us, and we didn't know this thing was even happening because the website was down or some other issue.
Got it. Thank you.
Zach, what does the current sign say if they have to put it up for inhumane reasons? So do we have, my question really is, can we use the same sign verbiage whether it's inhumane or humane? Does it basically say there's going to be an extermination going here, for more information go to the city? Is that basically what the signs are?
The signs right now state that, you know, it doesn't say inhumane, but it does say something to the effect of a toxicant is being used on this site.
Okay.
So we would have to come up with new signage in that event.
And who pays for the signage?
That is a great question. Right now, I have a bunch of those signs in a cupboard outside my office.
Okay.
And I've used 2 of them in the 3 years that I've managed this program.
So my question would be, you had to use them only twice. My question is, how many times, a follow-up question, how many times would you have to use them if we move it to whether it's inhumane or not? So how many times would we be putting up signs extra because of this?
Yeah, again, in 2025, I approved 21 permits, so 21 times per year.
Okay.
As an estimate.
Okay, thank you. So really, the strike through, we probably don't need for the first part. No landowner shall, if the property owner uses it. So we can keep the no landowner part in there, correct? It's just we're determining if we need to do if the property owner uses only humane methods. What are people's feelings? Commissioner Jordan.
I guess the signs that you put up, Zach, are they the weatherproof ones? I mean, if you're the one putting the sign out, are we already following the same sort of signage stuff we do for all the other planning and zoning notifications?
It is made of the same material.
Okay. So on that token, I wouldn't feel the need to like put in a lot of other things if the city is providing the sign and we're using it to sort of to standards for all the other things. On the subject of the inhumane needing humane things still needing the postage, I imagine it would, I think that the most teeth this code has is social pressure, probably. And so posting a notification that something is about to happen, I think is a reasonable thing to do. And I don't think it presents a huge amount of cost to the city.
Thank you. Do we have other thoughts? People, how are we feeling?
Can I add one quick one? Some of the proposed fees later on could help cover that cost if it is substantial at all.
How are we feeling on this? Commissioner Boone?
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to come across as a prairie dog hater because I'm not, but I've seen the way the community acts towards any kind of development and any kind of change, and I would just caution that if we put up yet more signs, that the city is going to get more complaints from people who don't understand what the signs really mean. And putting up signs that caution against toxic behavior, I think is important. But just putting up a sign saying that we're going to try to do something humane with the prairie dogs, I think is going to create a lot of complaints that are probably not warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Boone. I think there's a valid point there, just given the comments we see for a lot of development applications. I'm wondering about something a little bit in the middle here, which is if it's an inhumane use, you always have to signpost it, which you always have to do today. And if it's a major permit, you always have to signpost it regardless of the method. And so, because what I'm understanding from the applicant before is the minor ones are really, it's one or two prairie dogs. It's not really for a massive, it's not a big colony. It is a pest control, and I don't like that word in this context, but I'm using it because I don't have a better one. And I don't necessarily think you need to be signposting everything that is, a really, truly minor pest control. But it does make sense to post signs for major, even humane, in my opinion, at least. That would be my suggestion, so that you use that same size criteria to distinguish what should be posted and not.
So basically what you would be recommending is if the property owner uses only humane methods to exterminate prairie dogs, and it is a major prairie dog management permit, a major permit.
And it is minor. Humane and minor,
Oh.
no posting.
Well, okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So if the property owner uses only humane methods to exterminate prairie dogs, and it is a minor permit, then the director of natural resources, then no notice is required.
Correct.
Okay. So it's just putting a clause in there.
That's my suggestion.
Okay.
Yes.
How do people feel? Jeremy, we got thumbs up on that, putting in a clause and minor permit. Then the next portion where they're adding post notices, do we need to have that if we're because I believe what Zach said is we're following the current posting as we do for development?
As in, this language is taken directly from that. That's correct.
So I guess the thing is this redundant because we already follow it because it's basically, or do we need to have this in there because it's a different section of the code?
I think that we need to have language clarifying exactly how the posting takes place still.
Okay, so we'll keep that red part in there. Everybody agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it mirrors the development on both sides for posting. Whew. Are we okay to go on? Okay, fees. I'm going to say this, for me personally, I'm kind of in the same boat as the development services. I don't know how much I really want to get into my personal feelings about recommending these, me personally. The way that they're written, and I know that there's updates for this, but in the outline version here, so we'll go through this first. Section 706080 fees. At the time of application, applicant for minor shall pay $250, and applicant for major permit shall apply $1,000. Without going into the updates, are we good with recommending that as a starting point to city council? So really the question is, are we okay with a starting point to the city council? Commissioner Wang.
Thank you. I agree with fees. I have a question about the structure of how this is put into the code. Is it, we're hard coding a particular number into the code. Is there a way to put it in there saying refer to a fee table and not have it like an actual hard set in there? I mean, I think some of the impact fees are like hard coded, but is there a way to put it in there so that it's more flexible as by discretion of, planning, so that you don't have to come back every year to like revisit this and try to update to match current conditions? Is there a way to make this more flexible where you could say, we do have fees, please refer to this particular table?
Good evening, Commissioner Wang. I'd say no. There's no good way of doing it. At certain times, we have fees set by resolution of City Council. Certain times they're in the development handbook. Sometimes it's a development handbook adjusted for inflation tied to the consumer price index. We do it all sorts of different ways, and any one of them has pros and cons. If we set by resolution, there's a good chance we forget to update it if no one brings it to our attention, just because there's so many different resolutions each year. We don't have a set resolution fee schedule citywide each year that's adopted. So it'd be a matter of, do we want it set in the code and then subject to, change later on for application fee? And it looks like the applicant does have an inflationary increase for the habitat restoration fee. So it could be that the application fee is set at a certain number, and then we just revisit when that seems like it's too low. That's consistent with how we handle parking enforcement. So parking enforcement fees are set in code as a certain amount, and we'd have to change the code to increase that. So that's not inconsistent with how we do it, but I don't have a great solution.
Okay. I was just thinking it's kind of clunky to have it hard coded in and there's no flexibility. And because if you want to change it, then you have to go through this whole process again, right? Of coming through P&Z, then going through council, having referral, and having all this to say, hey, things have gone up way expensive and we need to like reflect this. And, we do have a built-in inflation, but, if something does change drastically, can we change that?
I'd say
easier?
Yes and no. If it's citizen driven, then if it's a citizen initiated code amendment to increase the application fee, then yes, it would go through the same process. But if staff found that the application fee was insufficient to cover the costs of implementing, staff could always bring it to the attention of either PZ or City Council directly to update it. So if we found that the minor application permit process now costs more than $250 in a year, or $1,000 for major, then staff could bring it to the attention of Planning and Zoning Commission for recommendation to City Council through Title 15 processes.
Okay.
But if the citizens wanted to amend it because $250 and $1,000 is too low, then yes, it would go through the same process as now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to attempt to make one comment only on this entire section on fees, and try to make this as all-encompassing as I can. I am broadly in favor of the structure that the applicant has laid out here. I know we're just focusing on A right now, but I'm just going to make the comment. I am broadly in favor of B as well, and the way it's structured there. Councilmember Popkin, this is mainly a comment for you, because I will vote here to include this as is. Since we have narrowed what a minor permit looks like in the discussion we've had tonight, and narrowed the cases in which it actually applies, I'm a little uncomfortable with $250 for a true, legitimate minor permit, as something that's going from free to $250. If it's something that is doesn't require a sign posting and all those other things we laid out, that seems like a pretty high burden for someone to put in. I don't know what that number should be, but I just want to kind of have that on your radar, that's a comment I would encourage the council to think about when you face this. So that's all from me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will add, because as I read this, there's an intent to offset administrative costs. And I'll agree, $250 may be too high as an offset. There's a cost, I don't know if 250 is. Yeah. Commissioner Boone.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with Vice Chair Earle's broad recommendation relative to the minor application. Development fees are high, and this is just yet another fee. And it's another reason why our housing costs keep going up and up and up. So adding yet another fee onto some of these smaller projects is just another fee that I can't support. But I think the bottom line is that I think this section of the proposal really is a council choice and not a commission choice. I don't think that's really in our purview, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to echo some of the other things, but I just have some notes here. I don't really think the way the fees are structured here, I kind of disagree. I think it's a mess. And the reason why I think it's a mess is because what we've seen today, this code does not differentiate between development and non-development reasons why we might clear prairie dogs. And it doesn't differentiate between clearing them out entirely versus reducing them. And so as a result, it's a really flat fee schedule, and it doesn't align to the incentives of Envision Longmont. We want to encourage infill development, more density, and I think that's an area where I would want to see fees reduced or eliminated entirely. And instead, we rely on social pressures in the city working with people to find humane outcomes here. Whereas if someone just doesn't like them, but they're not planning to do anything, I see fees as a perfectly reasonable situation there. And so I would echo the comments that I don't really want to weigh in or go line by line. I'm going to abstain from this. I would just ask Matthew and all that to say, hey, look, I think you should probably look at aligning this towards the incentives and the intent behind the code in the first place, because I don't think it's a good alignment right now.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to echo some of what Commissioner Jordan just said, and I also, so looking at the fee structure, just the structure, not even the numbers, I don't see how a developer would come in here and develop the right way according to this code, because whatever happens with their development, they're going to have to pay fees. And not only are they going to have to pay fees, they may have to pay a fee on top of whatever fee they're going to have to pay to do whatever they're going to do to have to develop the land. So if they want to build, it's essentially they're being punished for wanting to build land where prairie dogs exist and they can't, there's no coexisting in that spot. There's no, like, it'd be one thing if there was like reimbursement for them for relocating the prairie dogs. There'd be one thing if there was something that helped them with this entire process that would actually benefit them. But what this is doing is, if you are someone, if whether it's for housing, whether it's a business, whether it's anything, you're putting a lot of barriers in them coming to Longmont and potentially saying, you know what, maybe you should take whatever you're going to do someplace else, which again goes against like the goal of our comprehensive plan. And I think there is a way to do this so it's incentivizing and not punishing. The other thing I constantly am thinking about through all of this too, I don't think there's anywhere in our code where there's staff that would go through, investigate the entire property, or there's outside groups that would go anywhere into a property and look at all of the unhoused and say, hey, there's a development coming, let's put you into a safe place and make sure you're in a safe place. And I'm more concerned about that habitat and the fact that that is as well a missing habitat. And as I know, this decision probably is going to end up going to council for them to decide. I just wanted to say all of that so that gets thrown into the notes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, point of clarification. So on the application fee A, at the time of application, applicant for a minor prairie dog management permit shall pay an application process fee of $250. The last line that has the strike through is there is no application fee for a minor prairie dog management permit. So it's built in here that the minor permitting can, right, if we were to.
It's free. It is today. It is free.
That's the way it is today.
Okay. Thank you.
Zach, what does it take to offset the administrative costs? Because I think the question I have is, do we do it on a case-by-case basis, or do we, and this is a question for, I guess, that if we want to recommend this to city council, do we want to recommend that the city has a fee so that a person requesting this knows what that fee is going into it, and that we have a stated amount to cover the costs? And there's an amount for minor, and there's a amount for a major. And I can see it doesn't really probably matter how big the major is or how big the minor is. A minor is a certain amount, a major is a certain amount. I don't mind the designation between the two. It seems to me that they are trying to ask for something written down so that it is known what that fee is going in.
Chair Pullen, just to answer your question, I don't have the answer to that question off the top of my head. That would take additional staff research to determine what that administrative cost breakdown looks like, and that's not information that I have.
Okay. I'm okay with having a fee for minor. I'm okay for having a fee for major. And I will leave it to city council and maybe somebody preparing something for city council for what those amounts should be. I'm okay with that. The habitat restoration fee, I'm kind of in the same thing. That's already in there for a major, that there is supposedly a charge. Is that correct, Zach? So I'm talking for B. It's not stated how you come about determining what that cost is. I don't know if $17.50 per acre is the amount I would want to charge, because once again,
Just Chair, real quick, I just wanted to interject. It might help clarify. There are existing application fees. It's just not clearly shown here. I think the proposed language somewhat overwrote the existing. So the application fee for essentially a major is $500 currently.
Oh, okay.
So as you noted, this would split it out into two different categories rather than only having it for major. And then there is a $1,200 per acre fee for the next section in terms of habitat restoration. So it's a little hard to see in the red line, but just for
Okay, so we do
clarification.
have 1,200 already per acre.
Correct.
Only for major.
Yes.
So the question is, so for the application fee, yes.
Yes, it's only for majors, but it's usually waived because of section C in that,
Well,
in
we'll-
7 points.
We'll get to section
We'll
C.
get to that one, but yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So let's go a thumbs up or thumbs up, thumbs down. For the application fee, do we want to add, and I'm going to leave this as, do we want to add the fact that there's going to be a fee for minors as well as majors? And then it's up at some point down for somebody else to determine what that value is. Or it is 500 currently for major and no minor.
That is correct for the application fee.
So is our recommendation to city council to add in a minor fee, and we're recommending a bump up in the major fee. That's what we're being kind of asked to do here. Commissioner Edgley Wells.
Thank you, Chair. If our goal is to still keep in mind land development as the goal, I just want to highlight that. Like, are we further putting fees and disincentivizing land development? Is how the context we're viewing this in, I hope, right?
It is, but we're also, I guess I want to make sure, and I guess, I don't know if it matters so much for minor, but for major, just that we're covering the administrative costs. And I'm pretty fine that if city staff feels that 500 is covering the costs, then I'm okay with this. Especially with the application fee, I don't want this to be punitive, but I do want it to cover the costs, is where I'm going with A. Councilman Popkin.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response, not in response to, but just slightly clarifying kind of what maybe the commission's purview is. Building off of Commissioner Edgley Wells, I'll just read directly from our municipal code here. The purpose of the Planning and Zoning Commission shall be to review and advise the City Council on all public and private activities involving the physical, social, and economic development of the city. So whether you define that as purely land use, I would say that the Planning and Zoning Commission has somewhat of a broad purview to consider land use considerations, as well as other factors that influence the physical, social, and economic development of the city on matters concerning long-range planning and on matters that affect the orderly development of the city. So just wanted to clarify that for the Commission's edification.
Thank you. And it's okay if we come to the point that we're like, you know what, we're okay with not doing a up or down on any of this. If we're kind of like, okay, we'll leave it up to city council to determine. I'm okay with that as a option. So for the application fee, so we have three things. Yes, we want to go to 250. We're going to recommend going to 250 for minor, 1,000 for major, indicating that we feel that they should be kind of bumped up. No, we feel that the current 500 for major, 0 for minor is okay, or we'll leave that for them, and we really don't have a horse in this race.
Please make that sound good.
So let's.
Is this your hand signal?
Yeah, for So thoughts, let's what everybody's kind of, it looks like, okay, we got that? Are we habitat restoration fee? Are we in the same mode here? we have one person who doesn't want it, and that they're okay with just 1,200 per acre for major and nothing for minor. Does anybody have any feelings up or down, or are we neutral? We got one down, one neutral. I'm going to be neutral.
I'm sorry.
Vice Chair Earl.
Sorry, I'm not up or down or neutral. I have nuance. I'm going to be neutral on what the fee should be, but I'm not neutral on closing some of the loopholes that allow it not to be charged. I would like those loopholes tightened. I don't know if $1,200 is the right amount. I don't know if $1,750 is the right amount, but I'd be thumbs up on removing loopholes broadly, on what the fee should be.
So you would like to see, you don't care about the fees, but your A, B, and C is what you're saying? The loopholes?
Broadly, yes.
Okay. So first, let's go with the application fee. I think the majority is all for saying, yeah, we don't really want to make a decision on what the amount should be. Let's go to the second portion of B, which is the A, B, and C. If a city-approved humane method of extermination is used, the fee is reduced. If the applicant relocates the prairie dogs under a major permit and follows the relocation with fumigation, the fee is reduced. And C, they are asking that if there's a humane method of extermination, that the fee is reduced but not waived. Is that kind of correct? Okay. They're asking if the application relocates under a major permit, that once again, it can be reduced but not waived, and that they would like a 2.7% each year to match inflation.
Yes, that's correct. And again, these numbers are my first draft. Even the increased numbers, though, are less than what Fort Collins charges.
Well, yeah. We're trying to stick with what's in the red line document here.
Yes.
And so for the second part, would we like to recommend to City Council as a question A, B, and C? So first, Commissioner Jordan.
On the subject of nuance, I am also in favor of closing loopholes. I think that if an applicant does the right thing, especially relocation, we should waive it. Like, why are we punishing them on top of the relocation? This just seems crazy to me. So that's why the side thumb. I think, again, I go back to the nuance of, well, what is it for in the first place? You know, are we encouraging development, or are we punishing it? And is it even for development at all? So that's why I feel like it's just too much nuance here for me to give a, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Jeremy, so I'm referring back to a previous comment that was made on creating a chart for fees and increase of fees. Didn't we sort of essentially take out C, these fees will increase 2.7% each, because we're not stating an exact number of increase, and more so making it like we didn't vote on taking it out, but it was discussed that if we're not going to put a concrete number on the increase, that there should not be a chart. So therefore, shouldn't the 2.7 not be in there? And should it say something more like subject to change upon review?
We do kind of a combination of either throughout the code. So some are tied to consumer price index charts. I don't know if we have a flat percentage each year anywhere in the code, I will say. So normally we'd say either until revised by city council by resolution, like the fee sets at this number until revised, or the fee is set by city council and then adjusted each year consistent with something. Normally a consumer price index. I'm assuming there's no consumer price index for prairie dog extermination, restoration. So that one's a little tough. So I probably would just recommend having it set at a certain amount per acre and not have adjust for inflation until such time we feel it needs to be adjusted for inflation.
So you would recommend not having C in this regards?
I wouldn't like C. I
Okay,
don't like
thank
C.
you.
But that's my personal recommendation. It's not a legal
Right.
issue.
So, in front of us, we're not going to make comments about what it should be charged. They have recommended that to encourage humane ways, that if they do a humane way of extermination, to give a discount. That's what A and B are about. So are we okay with saying A and B, yes, no, we don't care? You don't care because you don't want it in the first place.
For B, I don't care. I'm mad because there's not enough nuance.
Right, okay. I'm going to say this, if with having this fee, encouraging humane ways by reducing fees, I can get behind that. Once again, I'm not going to say what those fees should be, but okay, I can get behind because we're encouraging them to do it a humane way. What other people's feelings? And Commissioner Boone.
Well, we have to keep in mind that the developers are paying huge amounts of money.
Which they are, we haven't gotten to how they don't pay money yet. What we're talking about is, because they are paying a fee right now.
They are paying a fee right now, and they're paying huge amounts of money to relocate
Right.
and or to
Right,
exterminate.
but what this is saying is, you're being charged the fee,
Mhm.
and what A and B are saying is, if you do it humanely, it won't be as much. Now, I can get behind the fact that if you don't think there should be a fee, you can vote down on that. Or you can be ambivalent about A and B if you don't believe that there should be a fee in the first place.
Mhm. Okay, then.
Then you are saying ambivalent? Okay, so Jeremy, we had 4 people who were like, let's encourage, we're all for encouraging. And then the other part is ambivalent, and there's different reasons, varying reasons for that. Is that okay?
It's going to be.
It's going to be. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's move then, and then we don't feel that we should have a C because that's really for somebody. I'm really ambivalent about that, but yeah. Okay. I think we're good with C. We don't like it because somebody else didn't like it, but it's not a big heartburn for us. C is, I think, the next thing because C is a
Capital C.
Big C.
big C, the big C, because that can be viewed as a loophole.
Yes.
So people's thoughts on that? So basically, if I do a quick read on this, they can waive the restoration fee, which is B, if the director and natural resources manager agree that the landowner could have done it humanely, but chose to do it humanely. Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because we just 4-2 meh said little a and little b we like, doesn't that by definition mean we've established that big C is effectively not valid anymore because we've suggested a replacement? So I don't know that we need to take a unique vote on it.
Actually, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, C, capital C, gives them the right to remove the capital B. Zach?
I would agree. That's typically what happens on the majority of applications now. Is that restoration fee is waived in lieu of using a humane method.
And I think what was recommended and what we're kind of loosely in agreement with is we don't want to see the ability to strike it all, but we're all for giving a discount. So it's kind of like a median in that regards. Vice Chair Earl.
I'll be super brief. Yes, that was my interpretation as well. That we wanted the discount. We did not want the ability to waive entirely, but we want to provide incentives for somebody to do the right thing.
That's the way I read it. So for C, waive or no waive.
Which one? What means what?
Up means you want to approve removing C. So no waive. We have a consensus on removing C. And then finally, D, which I think goes out of the way because it says unless the fee is waived, as described in section C above, the applicant shall pay. Oh, no, sorry, it's not. It's still there. We remove the unless the waive as described in C. Actually, D becomes C.
Yes. And it should just start off with the applicant, capital T.
Correct. So the applicant shall pay the fee to the city upon taking action authorized by the permit.
Yep. And the next sentence too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we good with that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're removing the first part and keeping the second sentence on.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good with that. And that takes us through the red line document. Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, everybody. Jeremy, I have no clue how to wrap this up into a PZR. I'd like to make a motion that we just make the recommendations that we talked about through the highly official thumbs up, thumbs down, meh discussion process, and that you no doubt have documented. How would you suggest we make that motion?
So assuming this is all the commission was planning on taking up and there's no outliers or anything else to address, which it looks like there isn't, then I would just say a motion to adopt PZRA as modified as discussed during the meeting.
Cool. So I would move that we adopt PZR 2026-5A, a resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission recommending approval of the citizen-initiated request to amend LMZ 7.06. And we're giving the chair authority to sign a version that has been modified per the discussion in this meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. We have a second by Commissioner Forbes. Any other discussion? I need to put you on so I can take you off. There we go. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, let's call for a vote.
Commissioner Edgley Wells?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang? Aye. Vice Chair Earl? Aye. Chair Poland?
Yes.
Commissioner Forbes? Aye. Commissioner Boone? Yes. Commissioner Jordan? Yes. Chair, that passes unanimously 7-0.
This item will now be forwarded to the Longmont City Council for action. If you are unfamiliar with council procedures and intend to appear before City Council, please contact the Planning Division for further information at 303-651-8330. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I'm trying to find my names here. Susan and Jamie and the rest of you. Okay, that takes us through the public hearing items. We do have final public invited to be heard. I believe there's nobody who has signed up for it. People in the audience are invited up. You get 5 minutes to speak about something we did not speak about today. Seeing nobody come up, I'll go ahead and close public invited to be, final call, public invited to be heard. Items from the commission. Items from Council Representative Popkin.
I have very little here. I just wanted to say, first, it's very rare that we have applicants who are citizens and like have led this, and so just thank you for not only coming tonight, but actually like driving this process and stepping up and putting in the time and effort and possibly money. I don't know exactly what went into it. I think money as well that went into this. So thanks for doing that. Thank you. I can genuinely thank like everyone in this room. I believe are residents of the city, and so I just wanted to basically acknowledge that, unless you're happen to be a guest supporting this effort. So thank you to everyone involved in that. Thank you to the commission. This is your second and actually longer meeting of the month. I appreciate that very much. Thank you to staff likewise, especially for those who were double booked in the last two Wednesdays for these items. I hope everyone has a good night.
Thank you. Items from Planning Director Grant Penland.
I will be super brief. Just a quick reminder, I think we are intending to have 2 meetings in May as well. Again, annexation concept plan amendment on the 20th likely, and then looking at a variance and potentially bike parking discussion May 27th, but that is still TBD. I won't go out into June just because, again, we're not there yet. But that's all I have.
Thank you very much. We are in adjournment.